síguelo. Cuando lo encuentres, mami, dámelo. Ahora o nunca, solo tú y yo. Si tú también lo quieres, mami, dámelo. Ahora es el momento, mami, síguelo. Cuando lo encuentres, mami, dámelo. Ahora o nunca, solo tú y yo. Si tú también lo quieres, mami, dámelo. Oh, oh, oh. it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. What about if you opened up? When are you gonna tell all about you? All about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want with all your fantasies. Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah. Come on and tell what you want.
Let the weak melt away! Killing spree!
Car's easy. Taking the kill back. Prime time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome, survivors. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series with me, Gideon Q, and as well as Fasha Bunny here on the desk to keep you guys entertained. Now, keep in mind, this is day number 2. Day number 1 was already pretty exciting, but I gotta get your opinions on this. How'd you feel it was, especially since this is the Open Finals? It's all local. It's all Malaysian, baby.
I'm loving it because I love the fact that kudos to two of our amazing casters yesterday, which is Husky as well as Daniel Lee, with the fact that that was the note that we had to actually take note when it comes to MSP. This is all people or all talents coming into new talents as well, joining up and try to make sure that they are putting their names right here for the SPS. And this is a new season and we want to see something new. We want to actually see how they actually develop and actually communicate as well as perform well with the new meta and the new gameplay.
I mean, that's truly just the coming of age, right?
Yeah.
The next generation of Free Fire esports talents could be superstars, might start here in Malaysia. But just in case that you guys don't know what's going on here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, I got you covered with the format. Right now, we have just passed the open qualifiers where 4 regions all fought for a spot, right? Each of them trying to make it into the open finals. We had 2 qualifiers each for each of these regions to find our total 12 from MSP, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam.
I mean, they have already their qualifiers coming up, and now this is going to be the open finals whereby we're getting only top 3 from each MSP, Indonesia, Thailand, as Vietnam. And then as we move on from the open finals, that's where they're going to be divided into 3 groups, which is Group A, Group B, and Group C at the Challenge Season group stage.
Now, obviously, this isn't just it. Once we get into the Challenge play-ins, 12 teams in the last 6 slots only get to qualify to the Challenge finals. Once more invited teams are going to get brought in, and this is the cream of the crop, the best of the best that we have to offer here in Free Fire before we get to the Challenge finals.
Agree, definitely. I mean, there were certain comments coming out from those who actually watched out the live yesterday, whereby where are the names of the teams that we are already used to? Don't forget and don't be alarmed because they are going to go in straight into the Challenge Season group stage for the invited team. So they're still here. It's just that we're now focusing on MSP, those who are already invited inside the open finals and those who already qualified from the open qualifiers.
Yeah, and that's why we're keeping it local here in the MSP region, making sure that everybody is going to have a fair share at the piece of the pie. Per region, we have 1,250 USD up for grabs. First place getting 400, second place getting 275, third place with 200, fourth at 150, and so on and so forth. But remember, just because this is the open finals doesn't mean, oh man, that means the next stage is going to be the same. No, it increases, it compounds.
Agreed, definitely. Open finals, you already have a stacks of 1,000. Now, moving into challenge finals, we got 25,000 prize pool to be given out. First place will be giving with 7,500. Second place will be 4,500. Third will be 2,500. Fourth, 2,000. 5th to 6th, 1,500, 7th to 8, 1,250, and at the end of it all, if you guys at the bottom of 11 and 12, you'll still be getting 750 prize in your hands. But that's it. And that's going to be the challenge finals. Here on the open qualifiers, like we've already talked about, open finals is only 6 teams that will be going home with a prize in their hands. And that's not just pretty much it. You have the money in your hands, but you need to be the top 3 to move to the challenge finals.
So you're telling me if I make it into the top 3, I can earn anywhere between 500 plus an almost guaranteed 750 as soon as I make it to the challenge finals? That sounds like a steal.
Agree, definitely. I mean, you got a bragging rights, you get the opportunity to put out your names as well here on the SPS, and you got the money in your hands as well throughout from each stages of open finals to the challenge finals. Now, moving into the point system, this is pretty much the standardized point system that we've seen so far from the SPS wise. Started out for the Booyah, they will get 12 points. Second place will get 9 points, and then it will decrease 1 point each until the 10th place. Now, the problem is if you do not get any placement point, which is 11 and 12, there will be no points whatsoever for your teams. But there's a thing, you can also be able to cover things up with at least getting elimination, because 1 kill equals to 1 point.
Exactly. So the main strategy, make sure that you have at least 6 eliminations in the bag to at least qualify for 5th place, even if you don't make it to that top 5. Many strategies are going to be enveloped here today for the MSP region. Obviously, we like to fight, and the majority of the games didn't last until the very final circle. I want to say last circle, but even then, it's not really the last.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like, it's almost close enough, but we do see that the intense of the fight that was happening on yesterday, which made us even more giddier to see what is going to happen on today's. But before that, let's recap of what has happened throughout the overall standings of day number 1. Started out really good for Toadot teams with 157 points. I mean, like, most of our viewers are probably wondering, like, what has happened? Because I think pretty much the momentum they had out before the SPS, it was from FFWS, it actually pulls out even more further here on the SPS series. And we got Homeboys Conspiracies. I think they have been one of the teams that are very consistent when it comes to the fights as well as the placement point. What are your thoughts on that?
Look, I agree with you with Todak. Definitely during FFWS, they had a bit of a change up to bring in their veteran players back into the roster. And maybe, yes, that found them a little bit of success. But at the end of the day, right, we're expecting them to be number 1. And I do agree with you that Homeboys Conspiracy, yes, they are getting consistent, but mainly Elite is keeping up with both Homeboys Conspiracy as well as Team Vamos, so-called to be the super team.
Oh, that's actually one of the topics that we also talked about, like the fact that Vamos on the first game itself, that was not a really good opening. We were wondering why they were the first team to be eliminated, but then again, at the end of the series, at the end of the games itself, we do see that Vamos getting second place at that 6th game was just superbly amazing. We didn't even expect it. Even Husky as well as Danily was like surprised how they managed to survive until the 2nd place. So I'm really hoping to see even more surprises here for day number 2.
Same, and I think, you know, especially here in day number 2, especially since this is qualifying rounds, by the end of today, we're already going to see who's going to make it over to at least the challenge qualifiers. We'll see whether or not that's going to be good enough, but let's look at the player leaderboard to keep you guys up to speed, because Raja and Wings are killing it right now for Todog.
Wow, Raja with 31 kills. He's the highest kills leader for now with 13,520 damage. I think he made a lot of game changer inside every single map. That's the reason why Toda has been performing well yesterday, especially the fact that I feel like most of the rotation that was done by Toda was actually in their own space, in their own game-wise, that the fact that most of the enemies could not even figure out what Toda was doing.
I mean, that could change, and here's why. Because as we look at today's schedule, right, we're going to be starting off with Alpine, right? We're starting off where we left off yesterday, Alpine being the next map, next Terra, and then the cycle begins again with Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari, Alpine, next Terra, and we're finally ending today with a random map. Now, they didn't have this yesterday, right? And I think for a lot of the teams, if they're going to try and make it into top 3, they need some breakout games today.
Agreed, definitely. I mean, like, most of the teams, we do see that they perform better in their own maps that they actually prefer, pretty much on Bermuda's wise. We know for a fact that most teams, they have their own drop spot, they have their own normal, typical landscape. They actually will always venture out. And I do see one of the things that I noticed from Toda is that they always gatekeep. And I think that's the reason why most of their rotation has been doing well. You know for a fact that if you are good in gatekeeping, handling on all of the enemies to come in through and making sure that you can actually farm those kills, it's one of the things that made it even more better for your points.
Well, it also helps that they have a lot of firepower on their side, right? As the MSP region, if you are going to make sure you're representing our region, we know that you have mechanical skill. Maybe not exactly the smartest of choices or even the long foresight we expect to see from Thai, Vietnam teams, for a good example. But I still think at the end of the day, right, if we aren't seeing the next generation win out in these squad v squads, or at the very least still sending their scouts out to interrupt other events happening across the map, why not take the advantage of it now here today to slow down the opposition while still being able to achieve points?
Agree, definitely. And this is also one of the teams that we also want to actually hold off. But before we actually get even more in depth of all of the teams that is playing here for our open finals, we are going to take a short break. So before that, please do not go anywhere. Keep on liking, keep on sharing, and we'll be back with the first match of our open finals, day number 2.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And we're already back here at the Snapdragon Pro Series for Free Fire. Another season to go, but most importantly, we're finally going to be jumping into it real soon. Starting off with Alpine.
I mean, we've seen so far that the past few games that most of the teams will try to actually slow things down. I think it started out really good during the first game. I think we noticed about when it comes to the first game, always most of the teams will try to play it a little bit safe unless they know for a fact that the drop spot will be contested. That's when they all go for the engagement. I mean, like TE-wise, yesterday, they pretty much settled all of the players of Infernus right at the bat, but at the same time, it gives a momentum to a fact that you may be very, very aggressive, but it doesn't actually promise you a great ending, because even at the end, TE ended up ending off on the first game with 6th place. So that's something to be taken note as well. And that's something that we also want to talk about, how BOP low-key. They are really, really low-key for 6 games. But then right after that, that's when they started to pop up. Imagine you be able to actually redeem yourself after 4 games, after the ending of it all, because the fact is you were struggling, but then you still managed to pull through and they're at the top 6.
Yeah, and they're also part of the teams to watch for today. Todak as well as Elite on top of BOP low-key. Might be a little tough to see because they're just keeping it low-key, you know what I'm saying? But overall, I totally agree with you. I think yes, they did have a little bit of a slow start. Yes, they did bounce back, but we need to see more of those types of performances if they want to make it into the top 3. Because right now, we're looking at teams who have already broken the 100-point mark. We're seeing who else can actually catch up. And I think maybe to set some expectations for today, we're expecting teams to be more aggressive or have a better idea of what to do for the early game, especially the drop zones, right? It's either they take a safer outlook, go to the sidelines, wait it out, or they can just go straight to whoever's in top 3 and take them out fast.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that right now, most of the metas, we do see that the glue wall a little bit weaker than we used to see on the previous season. I mean, like, previously we'll be able to actually depend more on glue wall, but now you gotta be careful. One quick shot is very easy for you to just be taken down easily. Even with Skylar on the side, that's going to be even more tougher for you to hold on with all those defense for yourself. So this is something that most of the teams really need to take note of.
I mean, especially with the way the meta has potentially progressed, not too many teams, well, I don't want to say not too many teams. It could change up today. I'm going to eat my words straight away. But I feel like the compositions generally are going to be hyper-aggressive, right? Not as often do we see, you know, Cassie's around with the electrotherapies to make sure that you're playing solely off of a singular entry fragger and another person as a dedicated support. And you got to be really good with the 2-on-2. So I feel like most compositions, they're probably just going to go for 3 rushers, ready to go, maybe add a little bit of something in the back.
Agree, definitely. And there's one team that we also did not take note of, KTP Gambit. This is one team that also should be watched out as well, because they are actually one of the teams that always give a lot of surprises, as well as struggle to most of the teams try to pull into the safe zone. Even though they are gatekeeping those who try to go up, it in the end favors most of the teams that will survive and avoid KTP Gambit. So this is something to be taken note. But match number 1, it's about to start soon. They're going to actually fly off. I feel like with Alpine will be more on the side of Toda, because we do see a lot of the engagement, but that could change here, because a lot of teams we do see that they will be able to learn most of the rotation, and they might actually be trying to contest, and they try to actually shut down any attempts of Toda or any other teams that has been performing well, and the fact that they might actually try to turn things around.
Well, here's the thing. I am keeping an eye out for any teams who are going to play a little bit more maturely, you know? Look to incapacitate a squad and then slowly farm off of them throughout the lobby. Maybe even make some smarter choices macro-wise once we get into the mid-game, which is something I'm hoping to see here today, because yesterday, so many of these fights ended so quick.
Yes.
Nobody was able to escape. Nobody was willing to actually intervene, even if it's for their own benefit.
Agree, definitely. This is something that we do see, that usually we always see a lot of the third parties coming in, but then it seems that most of the teams are in the favor of, I want to be safe, I want to be cautious, I don't want to actually take too much of the effort to a point that overextending will actually make the team effort become futile. And this is something that maybe that could be in the favor of another team as well. But that's going to be also risky as well, because we do see a lot of the strategy-wise or even the tactic-wise when it comes to holding things down or probably trying to actually just play it safe. It might not be in your favor, because all in all, if you play it too safe, people will attack you and they will eat you up alive.
I think this is one of the few regions where, you know, sitting around in a structure tends to bring more attention than it does keeping it low-key. And I think even so, it does kind of give a rough idea of what MSP is currently looking like in terms of our competitive landscapes here in this region. Because nobody is just going to go in, and I would say maybe even to a very selfish degree, not intervening sometimes when honestly these are free points, you might as well take it, and there's no harm in leaving a survivor alive.
Agree, definitely. I mean, we do see a lot of the long shots. I mean, coming off from the side of Luki. I mean, that's the one thing about 21. If they have the opportunity for long-range shot, go for it. Even though it's just a little bit of farming, but still it's going to be enough to boost yourself. But here's the thing. We are looking for top 3, so that's the only thing that matters here for the Open Finals. Going in for the first map, first game of day number 2. Alpine looking good. A great flight path for every of the teams right here. As we see, it's going to be Todak going in straight to the north side of Snowfall. On the other note, some of the teams that might not meet each other is going to be at the stadium side, and we do see at the riverbank or river at the side of 21, they're actually quite close by to Infernus, but I'm not sure if during the time they actually try to go into the safe zone, they might meet each other. But right here on the same spot at the same compound, it's going to be GAT69 Hivas with the Homeboys Conspiracy. Now, this is not looking so good because GAT69, when it comes to very early engagement, they will be easily dropped dead if Homeboys go straight for the fight. But unless they made a mistake, it's not going to be easy.
Well, they've got the revive point on their backs here. While this is going on, there are other engagements happening across. TE, for an example, taking on SSZ. Well, SSZ is already taken down 2 and even found 2 eliminations for themselves with no members still knocked. It looks like the fighting force is working really, really well. But SSZ, they also need to clean this up fast before somebody intervenes.
Okay, let's see. Adam and as well as Ace Easy holding off for a while. Mio's going to be coming in from the left side. It seems that Adam saw him, but he doesn't want to actually expose himself. And Mio spot him out already. Shot him once, shot him twice, but doesn't manage to actually get it. Finally lands the third shot. He's going to go in for the dash. He switched it up to the pistol, but somehow didn't manage to land it. In the end, he was the one who's taken out. But with the help of Sleepy, Adam was taken out anyway.
Should not have lost that. No way. Especially with the mini Uzi as well. Just keep that in mind. But TRG are still in it. They're looking for a revive point. But let's cut back to Homeboy's Conspiracy as they're trying to deal with their opponents on the other end. Still unable to find an angle to get to that revive point. It's a bit dangerous if anybody goes down here. But let's look over at Chris. Seems like they're getting chased down. 2 of the members. Rix is holding on. Yasuo GT from KTP looking for the angle. Swings wide. Doesn't find it. They've got some really good pinch points. But they've already lost Chef Toby. Blocked out by the glue walls. It's going to be difficult for him to get on in, especially this early on. Not a lot of utils to work with as well.
Okay, let's see. They spotted out Yasuo, and he managed to take them down. But now Super Shin is left right at the open. It seems that Chris coming back. It's going to be KTP. Gambit coming off from Toda's side, who comes for the third party. And Chris is all alone. Right this into Reese will be taken out easily by Raja with a really good composure. I got to say, right on time, Toda comes in and Chris doesn't know what to do. Then up Vix will be taken out by Raja as well. But at the same time, I think that Chris was able to back off right in an instant. They still have Ahins all alone to be surviving for the last 10.
Yeah, at this point, going to Snowfall, not a bad idea, because this is where Todak initially drops, so they know that Todak has cleared this area out for the most part of it. If he can get a POI, which there is one nearby, that's going to be perfect for him. Faiz going to be the next to fall here from Homeboy's Conspiracy. 21 still lingering nearby, and Homeboys have not been able to really leave base camp this whole time.
Okay, they moved out from GAT and then ended up now meeting up with 21. RN right in front of Luffy, spotted out some few shots, but unfortunately that's going to be enough. He's going to go in for the 360 spin. He moves away instead because he's know for a fact it's not going to be easy, knowing there's going to be a 2v1 situation. And that right now, Homeboys try to back things off. They figure out that this is not a good situation for them, despite the fact that they were slowing things down. Now it ended up the teams coming towards them.
It just looks like it looks like 21 is just a little more well-equipped for the scenario here. Homeboy's Conspiracy are going to try with the electrotherapy. He can stay in the fight for a lot longer than he's expecting. Unable to trade him down. Luki is already down for the count.
RN coming in, takes down Aleph immediately. Now Homeboys clears out one after another. Now it's going to be Faiz left all alone. Spotted out Vamos running away from the side of 21 ended up in the favor of Team Vamos. I think, homeboys, this is not a good day to start for them, especially the fact that early on they had the opportunity to fight one team, but ended up meeting with another team, and now they're dead right in the hands of Vamos.
Unlucky. Unlucky indeed. From one hand to the other, we cut back over to GA T69 Hivas. Looks like, oh wait, hold on. GenXT, he's already marked for death. They're waiting for a team to approach them to see who exactly is going to be. His Cos flies into the air to get away from Toda.
Ooh, that was a really good shot, but not going to be enough to take him down, but a really good idea. But here on out, Toda is actually exposing himself as well, giving the opportunity for Scheme Shots to actually have the idea of where they are, and they're actually in the target. But at the same time, I do love the fact that Toda is really, really aggressive, but at the same time, the aggression actually ended up being trapped, been taken out by Muse instantly. That whole slingshot was not in the favor and ended up now Toda losing one of his own teammates.
Yeah, unfortunately, Railroad is a very very southern-sided map, right? With the majority of the structures being here, Scriptshot's taking very good angles against Torak, who just weren't prepared on the northern side, standing at the tree line as well. If he can land a headshot, he's insane, but Sleepy still tries, taking Raja one-on-one while he's getting peppered from all angles.
Oh, that was a really good shot to Raja. Almost able to actually knock him down. And now he's going to try to do another shot. Grenade been thrown out as well by Dennis right at the bottom. As we move into another compound, we got 21 fighting out with Vamos. Started out just recently, we do see that 21 was actually taking down some of the players from Homeboys, and now Vamos is meeting them. Katazi was already being taken down. Now they're going to meet off with Aryan. Aryan coming in closer and closer, trying to jump off as well as climbing the stone, but ended up wasn't able to do so. Luki on the other note tried to actually rotate around, spotted out Legolas on the other side of the opening, but there's going to be Katazi trying to be open up and as well as been taken up by Rory, and right this instant he tried to do a backstep, but he ended up backing off in the process, and Katazi is already been picked up. Aryan will be shut down just a little by little, but Aryan still trying to hold through. The glue wall will be actually be break and finally managed to take down Rory, and Katazi also been shut down by Luki.
Nicely done by 21. Legoloth on the run. He's going to get chased over. They've got a vehicle on their side, so Legoloth is going to get knocked down before anything else happens. Really good work here coming in from 21, catching them while they were mid-transition from from Rivermouth side, north of Rye, to make it towards base camp to be a part of the situation that they're hearing by base camp. But on the outside, TRG Esports, Terengganu unfortunately going to get eliminated here by Low-Key.
Wow, Low-Key, being all Low-Key from the day number one, but now they're getting better and better. And as we see, Scriptshot also managed to actually bring back Mios, and right distance and close by to Infernus is going to be the team of Elite right in front of them. They know for a fact that they're right close by, but they're going to be a little bit more cautious, and they need to be aware of the situation, the fact that Eagle is also right behind, and it seems that Fikri tried to do one shot, managed to actually do a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough though. And as we see that they are knowing the location-wise of Elite, it seems that they're going to actually slingshot themselves right in front of it. Is it going to be a really good idea? Winzy was already been taken out, but in the process, Kalpoto moving away. Now trying to actually skirt as well as defend it wise with the glue wall, but Kalpoto was able to be backstabbed as well in the process right here. Infernus only left with 2 speed. Fikri as well as Ryu. Now gonna chase away by Sap. Sap is running away for dear life, but it's gonna be only left high lines left. Shots coming through. One more shot to go, but Infernus hiding away right into the glue wall and trying to move right straight into the instant, but Sap was not able to come through. It's gonna be Fikri who managed to turn things around, and Winzy left all alone. Last man standing for the Elite wise, and Infernus knows this is gonna be the key for them to shut down one by one, but Winzy still survives, wins 2 of those gunfights, but he's all alone. He still managed to go in for the clutch. Can he actually make it through? He goes in for the glue wall. Speed is still surviving. He goes into the flank side of the right, and it seems that Infernus, realizing they can't win against Winzy, they started to pick their teammates back again.
He's going to back away here. This is going to be a very long ride back into the ring, and it's going to be pulled towards the northern side. It's pretty much 80% pulled all the way to where the current ring is. And this is only the second one. We've already lost 3 squads. With the vehicle gone, Winzy has to go on foot.
Oh no, 3v1 situation. Winzy was able to actually take down 2 players on his own, but here on out, 3-on-1. It's not going to be easy, but Elite managed to be shut down and been KS by the G69. That is crazy. While they were so busy trying to chase after Winzy, is going to be Eagle who steals the kill.
Yep, and it looks pretty good for all the teams who are gatekeeping on the southern side, but if we look at the big picture here, while Infernus was fighting for so long against Elite, it actually attracted a lot of attention towards Carousel's side, and now that we're moving into the third ring, heading back up north once again, all southern teams are going to struggle here. The only 2 northern side teams is going to be Torak as well as Chris, right? Chris managing to recover from Snowfall and mirroring the movements of Torak to get inside Garrison, and they've been keeping low-key ever since. Torak, on the other hand, made their way over to Railroads just to try and cover any type of engage from that northern rotation on the eastern half. Now, if they just control southern side, and especially if they have the eastern front covered, I think that Torak is going to be in a very good position.
Agreed, definitely. And we do see that the fact that our GA T69 Hivas has been quite separate, they actually spread out themselves very, very far and apart. This is going to actually give an opportunity for some of the teams to actually farm out their kills as well. And then we do see that here, okay, they're stuck. They're actually stuck there. You're not gonna be able to move that truck. I'm so sorry, man. You're stuck there. You're gonna go buy food by there. But BOP Loki.
That was at Sunside. That was like at the edge of it.
I think they finally move it out, I guess. I don't know. But at the same process, I do agree on the fact that now it's finally that most of the teams knowing the information that there's Infernus coming in and there was a lot of gunfights from their side. A lot of teams will try to gatekeep that. But at the same time, T69, we do see that they have the information put on where Toda is going to actually land it off. Right here,
Ooh.
21 going to go in straight to the fight with Infernus. Fikri having a lot of damage right this instant. He has to slow things down, but Luki going to chase after Decos. Decos with a really good quick shot there was taken out, and at the same time, Luki was also returned in favor by Toda trying to go in for the third party.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all, right? While 21 is still trying to hold this compound with Loki engaging it and Infernus on the opposite end, Todak is just raining hellfire on anybody who puts themselves in line of sight, right? I think teams need to back off here. 21 already have this position, and I think the only team that needs to receive punishment is Infernus. But Loki, they're going to force it even harder. This gives an opportunity for Infernus to actually back out away from this fight.
Agree, definitely, and I do feel that speed. He's actually stuck there. Cause the grenade been thrown out. Eiko gets the information. He's going to go in straight. He's trying to actually peek a little bit, try to actually explode the glue wall as well. And he has a teammate to back things up, but Speed all alone, try to survive it out. Unfortunately, it's not going to be easy. He will be taken out by Litzy himself. And in this process, we do see that Loki gets the information. He's going to go in for those surf circle. But at the same time, 21 is already in the compound. They're not going to allow Loki to get into their own safe zone. At the same time, sort it out. Litzy will be taken out. Eco right in front of him. He knows for a fact it's right outside. You try to be careful with it, put a glue wall, and now they're going to be careful with the fight that Team Loki is going in to fight with them.
The only problem right now is that 21, they don't have any revive marks. They've got pot marks to work with, but they can't afford to lose so many. They've already taken out one. They're looking for Nova as well. If they get him, that's a team wipe. BOP Loki goes out at 7th, and thanks to Aryan, they get to continue living on. I'm pretty sure they still have a pocket mark available to them, but I don't think they want to use it right now. If not, they need a lot more currency to be able to do so. Walking into the ring is not going to be easy with Torak taking a majority of the space on the eastern front.
Agree, definitely. 16 kills already in the hands of 21. That's a really good start, especially the fact that we do see that Team Vamos, they're a little bit struggling. Started out really good for them. Try to actually take a peek or even try to cause chaos in every single situation, third partying, but in the end, they're trying to play it safe now. They spotted out Shamim, Wings, trying to, lovely shot by Wings, taking down Shamim as well, and there you go, trying to actually break the glue wall as well. Doesn't manage to actually give a lot of the confirmation of that kill, but still, it will give a lot of disturbance as well as struggle to 21 to get into the zone.
Yeah, I mean, 21 is already dealing with the gatekeepers in Vamos already, and now it looks like their fate is basically sealed. Xiaomin is just going to have to hold out here for as long as possible unless the last remaining member of Infernus wants to do something. McGrory, who should be able to clean this up, no problem. Whoever's outside of the blue, that's their problem.
Agree, definitely. Xiaomin, unfortunately, it's not going to be easy for 21, but it seems that Vamos got it out. Infernus, 21 was already been taken out. That's the end of it as Xiaomin was eliminated because of the outside zone. Now we're left with 3 more teams to go. Toda, Curis versus Team Vamos. Who could it be? We got Vamos with 3 players. We got Toda with a full squad. Definitely that's going to be an advantage for them. But at the same time, Chris is also with a full squad. And they have been playing very safe. This is the same rotation we see from yesterday. They never let themselves be in between any of the fights because they want to make sure and secure that booyah. But at the same time, they are at the bottom right now. They have to do even more for them. But Wings will be one of the victims first to be taken out. And it seems that Vamos already had their hands right at the mid right here with Toda to be taken out. Trying to shoot out to Catty Z, but doesn't manage to land any of. Now Toda doesn't know what to do. The fact that as the zone closes in, they're going to meet right at the center.
Yeah, this is a little awkward for them. I think Chris needs to recognize that they're going to be coming from a spot that it is the low ground, so it's not exactly the best position in the world. Todak is basically keeping them in check here. Vamos holding high sounds like a good idea, but if they just wait a little bit longer and wait for Vamos to engage or get shot by Todak, then Chris can swoop in for the kill.
Okay, let's see. They got a lot of long-range shot. Raja got a Trogon in the hand, so they can do a little bit of those short-range, right close combats. But it seems that Vamos coming straight to the side of Toda. Catty Z is left all alone to be surviving. And it seems that Viz is right and open. Shoot it up. Ooh, a little bit too slow, but managed to be helped by Hidhins to be taken out. Legolas, one more player to go. It's going to be Vamos who's surviving all alone right there. Legolas tried to be picked up by Catty Z, but now they're playing with 2 players again. And it seems that Chris a little bit too slow with that decision making, giving a lot of that open space for Vamos to be surviving.
Yep, they should have attacked way sooner. And again, I think attacking Vamos' side was probably the mistake here because looking at this rock structure, you want to make sure that low ground is going to be overall cleared. So maybe a lot of the grenades were wasted out. But with Vamos already down, Todak now engages. Oh wait, brought down to 2v4. This is going to be a lot of work for both Raja and as well as Traps. Traps is the next to fall. Raja can't deal with this.
Raja been taken out, and that's going to be the end for Toda as the first booyah back again in the hands of Curis.
Nicely done by Curis, holding out very, very well towards the end. They were late on the engagement. I was hoping they would engage a little bit sooner, but it worked out well for them, right? They figured out that Todak already dropped down a member. They had a man advantage against the squad, so you take care of the superior positioning in Vamos, and once they're basically 2-2, you've got this game in the bag.
I mean, we do like question the fact that they were a little bit too slow. They could have actually have Vamos straight away clear out very sooner. But then again, do not judge them because in the end, the booyah is still in their hands, and a great job coming in from our boys right here. I mean, this is the second time they got booyah in their hands, and they have to be really, really consistent with their momentum right now because earlier on during day number 1, it was the same case. They were so amazing. They had a really good safe spot. They were surviving, but in the end, it was not enough to actually pull through right at to the 8th games of day number 1. But coming back to the highlights right here, started out really good. Toda getting the third party to the side of Team GT as well as Team Homeboys was just superbly amazing. But at the same time, 21 getting the upper hand to able to shut down most of the players until Vamos comes along, takes down the last player of 21.
I like the way that 21 has been handling a lot of these engagements. They've been doing very well with the 2-on-2, but the one thing that they can't deal with is a really sharp sniper, right?
Oh yeah.
Getting hit in the head with an AWM, there's not a lot of things that can save you from that. Even the electrotherapy ain't gonna save you for that if you have no health to give back. But afterwards, right, we see that Vamos, again, taking a lot of these engagements, but I feel like they're just practicing their gunfights at this point of time. They're not making the most tactical decisions in terms of rotations and macro, but generally they go in, they fight, they lose a couple of members, they look to recover, and they're working on their recoveries.
Agree. And Elite, we gotta give a shout out to Winzy. I mean, talking about surviving to the fittest, the fact that he was all alone, he managed to shut down 2 players of Infernus before he actually moved into the safe zone all by himself, but ended up being taken out by GAT69 without any cautious because the fact is Infernus was already cutting off. I think that was a really good move coming in from Elite Winzy, but again to the fact that right here on the last moment whereby Toda could have actually had the upper hand, but then again we have Curis was just doing really good job with the long range shot, and even with the Trogon right in their hands, that close combat, the fact that Raja was having a little bit struggle, it was giving a lot of good fight for the team of Chris.
Well, I mean, Torak, they still do need help from their sniper. Being a man down is difficult enough. Losing a man on your way to the front lines is also pretty terrible. But for the game summary, pretty average overall. Very fast game, I have to say. Faster than what I was expecting here. But it is Alpine after all. Southern side very heavily contested by a majority of these teams. And I think, they really need to study each other in terms of how they actually rotate during the drop. Because Torak, I feel like they're getting too much free space and they're proactively using it.
Agree, definitely. And I think this is one of the mediocre total damage that we've seen even from yesterday, 45,000, and then we got 86 knockdown. Total revival, I do feel that because of the new season, this is something that we see a lot of the teams have been struggling to actually reviving their teammates, and they have to actually pull through to just survive, and they play it safe in the end and just be cautious with all the gunfights instead. Coming into the career side, we do see one of the highest damage is coming in from Ihins himself with 2,575 with 4 kills in his own name. I gotta say, this is amazing. I mean, like, I've seen him before in previous tournaments. He has been one of the most superb sniper in his own game. So this is something really helpful for the side of careers to pull through right here for day number 2.
Hey man, a sniper is always appreciated in the meta that we currently have here, but they run up basically four rushers at this point, right? They've got slight variances. They've obviously got slight variances in their survival skills, but generally they like the extra bit of a burst, quick dash around a corner to save themselves from uncomfortable spots. But also they like to have a little bit of information to work with. Even though I was expecting this team to kind of like take their time with everything, with such an aggressive lineup, it's interesting the way that they utilize it in a more passive sense.
Agree,
Wouldn't it be better to have more information gathering, or at the very least something to disrupt your opponents midway?
Agree, definitely. I think that Chris uses Tatsuya not to actually engage in any of those gunfights. Pretty much they just say, I'm using Tatsuya to run away from any causes that might actually break us or even make us actually weak in the formats of trying to go into the safe zone and trying to get the booyah. And I like the fact, because when you see the rotation wise, despite they actually meet up with some of the few teams they actually spotted out in their own location, they try to avoid it. That's the reason why Chris is getting that booyah. And most of the viewers probably wondering like, hey, how long you're going to be surviving if you keep up that kind of situation? As long as you take, man. As long as it takes. If you be able to get that booyah consistently, making sure that booyah is in your hands, don't break what is not broken. That's it. Pretty much it. And we do see on the top weapons right here, pretty much Strogan is definitely one of the most popular weapon, AWM. And we do see M82B, one of the weapons that I talk about how Ihins has been performing well with that sniper.
Yeah, and let's not forget about the AC-80 as well, also part of that list. I think overall, considering that there are very large elimination counts for both 21 as well as Torak, it looks like the strategies are working out very well for them. Even if they don't get the booyah, they can catch up pretty quick, because it's more, you basically have an uncapped amount of points for eliminations, but a fixed amount for position.
Agree, definitely. Now let's take a look on the round standings of how much points they have actually managed to actually pull through after that first map. It seems that Korea is getting 22 points. I mean, booyah with kills, that's amazing coming in from Chris as well. But they are tied up with 21, making sure that 21 has been superbly amazing with the 16 kill. We got Toda right at the 3rd place with 22 as well. That's proof how much elimination can boost you off, even despite that you are denied of that booyah.
I mean, this is pretty good stuff, right? Pretty good stuff from all of these teams. I'm impressed with the amount of eliminations and kills that 21 has gotten. But at the same time, Chris, considering that I'm guessing that most of these kills ended up being within the early game, and then afterwards got a majority of them later on in that final ring. So if this is how they want to play the game to achieve a consistent 22, that's completely fine with me. I think it is a very useful playstyle, and especially if you have a rough idea of where Todak is, mirroring their positions, knowing that they will most likely dominate the early game, is a pretty good way to kind of stay in the shadows.
Agree, definitely. And we're seeing also the fact that script shots, early on, they had a really good start. They actually go in for the aggression. They fight off with homeboys as well. They were trying to go in for KTB Gambit, and that's where KTB Gambit was actually been cornered as well as been sandwiched, because Todak comes through for the 3rd party. I think that's the reason why most of those the fight that we were expecting that they will last a little bit faster, or even they will go into the next zone, ended up being shut down because of Toda disturbance. And I love the fact that this is where the aggression of MSP that we are looking forward for day number 2.
I do think that the natural progression of things, now that we have like extremely early game aggression for a lot of these teams and so many who are hunting them down,
Yeah.
I'm expecting teams to kind of cool off, fight early, but then really focus on that mid game.
Agree, definitely. And we have already done with day number 2, game number 1, but we still have 7 more maps to go. So don't go anywhere. Keep on liking, keep on sharing. We're coming back right after this for map number 2.
Here we go!
Cause I'm breathing faster. Your love is running through my head. Palms are sweating. I'm losing focus. All your touch is so intense. You make my heart race. 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 You make my I put it on repeat. The melody keeps playing in my head. My heart is up to speed, and I won't change it. Can't slow down, cause I'm breathing faster. Your love is running through my head. Palms are sweating, I'm losing focus. All your touch is so intense. You make my heart race. 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 You make my You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's mine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. Try and try, never find. Try and try, never find. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know you need, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's vibing. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me.
Good to have you survivors back here. Day 2 schedule continues on with match number 2 happening in Nextera, the city of the future. You better buckle in because the next game is going to help decide whether or not our top 3 stay in their current position.
I mean, started out really good for Chris. Yet again, it's like a deja vu of what has happened on day number 1. But the question is, can they actually continue that momentum up until the end? Because we do see the same rotation was done on day number 1, whereby they were doing so well at the start, but then it started to plummet to the ground at the end of the map itself. So this is something that Chris has to offer us, or even have to answer us, whether or not they can actually keep it up and try to build a really good momentum to a point they can actually climb to that top 3. Because right now, top 3, I think so far it hasn't actually changed, despite the fact that we do see a couple of the points has been given out to those who have already have a really good points. But before we even talk about it, we're gonna give you guys the overall standings right this instant straight away. How much point they already gotten so far after the 9 match they already played. So far, Toda is still right at top with 179, 21 with 121 points. Team Vamos still with 118. I mean, started out, I think Elite was needed only like 2 points to catch up to them. But after that match, it seems that they're going down even more further with 8 points to catch up to Team Vamos. Loki, on the other note, from top 6, now they are right in the scene to be able to go into top 3.
Hey, they're breaking the triple digits at this point. That's already a very good start. But to catch up with teams like Torak, and especially the more aggressive ones like 21, who's been hunting out for so many of these kills, somebody has got to put them to a stop. Now, we're going to be able to see the flight path in just a little bit here, but overall, I'm expecting that Elite's going to do just a little bit better than what we saw previously. Maybe it's one of those like MSP things. We need a bit of a warm-up before we get into business.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like, started out really good on the first run, but then again, this is where we are. I do agree on the fact that aggression-wise is where you try to actually just deep into the water, try to figure out whether or not the teams are as powerful as we thought of it from day number 1, or is it going to be much more easier to breeze in for day number 2. But it seems that Toda still have a really good potential to actually raise the roof for themselves. The question is, for the top 2, 3, and 4, will they switch things off, or will it still be in the favor of 21 who try to catch things off with Toda, or will Team Vamos be able to survive it out to that top 3 without being disturbed by those who are at the bottom?
It's really tough to tell, especially on a map like Nextera, the north and south of it, 2 very different complete areas, right? With Intellect Center being, you know, the main island that we do see some teams actually contest for. Others like to play outside of that northern island to keep them in and eventually hunt them down. Southern side is a little bit more open, but I'm more worried about the teams that like to drop at the western side, right? Because anybody coming from Farmtopia, yes, maybe the mid game might be very generous when it comes down to ring closure 3 and 4, but at the same time, we've seen the most amount of problems in terms of rotations from that side of the map.
Agree, definitely. I mean, most of the drop spot that we see so far is definitely on the high rise of that Intellect Center, because that's pretty much most of the fact that most teams will try to go in for the fight. But it seems that Infernus will be going in straight to the Intellect Center. Now, Grave Lab, most times we do see they will avoid it out, but it seems that TE will be going into Plaza Ria, with a lot of teams also having the same idea to go to the Grave Labs. Oh my lord, we got the BOP low-key right there. We also see the team of Elite will be jumping off on the same spot. This is gonna be very tough indeed, but on the side of Toda, it seems that they will be favoring on the side of Rust Town with 21 right at that Mortar Ruins. I think that we do see a lot of scattering as well as spread of 21. I think they're pretty much wanting to scout the area, and they're quite safe actually. They don't need to worry much because they're quite avoiding most of the draw spot from the most team opponents. But on the side right here, it seems that Echo will be able to actually help Oats to be able to take down one of the players from Elite, as well as the team of GAT69 right this instant try to back things off, as well as try to give that information and signal to at least make sure that most of the teams does not come to them start.
Yeah, it looks like 3 squads here by Grav Labs. This is gonna invite more attention than necessary. With TE on the complete outside of the area, looking back in, Yazid already on his knees, knocked down. His Elite trying to hold on to this compound as much as they can, slowly going floor by floor. They've already found one. If they can find another and ideally keep TE off their backs, this will be a good time.
Let's see, Adam dash away from the side of Elite. That's going to be good, but at the same time, it's quite open for Winzy to just shut him down instantly, getting the kill confirmed as well to Yazid. And now TE got 2 more plays to go. He's going in for the dash. Ace Easy will be able to help it out and shuts down Weezy before he makes even more further damage for the team of Elite. But here, Kapoto coming in for the backstab. Right this instant, he goes in for a fight. Half lifeline for the side of Ace Easy. He guards himself with all the glue wall, but Kapoto doesn't say no to it. He's trying to break those glue walls in an instant, but at the same time, Kapoto says that no, we're going to back things off. This is not going to be easy to shut them down, especially the fact that TE still has Adam right there. But Ace, it seems that he spotted out. Kapoto waits for Ace to come in, and it's going to be Sep who comes through from the backside. Shots coming through. Kapoto also help it off, and Ace Easy will be taking a beautiful rotation from the side of Elite.
Yep, just 2v1ing it real nice, making sure those flank ankles are exposed. I just saw for half a second Echo just walking by on the outskirts. He does not want to get spotted out right now. Luckily, he's on low ground, and Grab Center has a bit of an incline here. But now we hop on over to Scripps. They're still within the area. It looks like Elite has broken off 2 for 2 here, just to kind of scout the area and ensure that this side of the map is clean.
Okay, let's see. Kaz will be using Defending Machine to bring back Mio straight away, but it seems like he hears the step. I know for a fact he has the information of there's someone around the area, but Homeboys on the other note is going to go in for the scream with the side of Script shots. Shots coming through, takes down Sleepy. Beautiful shots with that Trogan, taking down 2 of the players of Script shots, but in the process, leaving only 1 player. Homeboys doing well, but Todak comes along and Luffy will be taken out by Traps with Raja to clear things out. But Alif is still surviving though. Alif is all alone. He's spotted out by Raja. Put a glue wall right there, but 2v1 situation is not going to be in a favor, and Alif also will be another victim to be taken out.
Can't get out of the traps here. Once again, Todak just making sure that they are finding as many eliminations as they can as they ravage this map at this point of time. The rest of the Script Shot members are going to get run down here as Todak do not like leaving their prey alive. And wait a minute, it looks like Toby as well, September 22nd, holding the line, maybe unintentionally here, but I don't think they were expecting Todak to be coming this far.
True, agree, definitely. But that's going to be information. The fact that Todak was already spotted out Homeboys, but now they're coming in for the rest of the screams. Now, Elite still surviving with Toby. Now, Sep will be shut down instantly with Todak coming in to secure as well as scouting the area very, very beautifully. But at the same time, Toby tried to move away from those gunfight. The fact that he knows that Todak is in the area, he does not want to meet with any one of them. But at the same time, he literally just drive himself straight into the water. I am not sure. Toby, do you have a license?
That'd be me. That'd be me, man. I'm seeing too many similarities. Traps, he's searching around here. He can probably hear the audio cues. And yeah, he sees the vehicle. Oh no! He sees the vehicle and then he sees the head. Quickly drops down the glue wall to heal up and as well reload his weapon.
No, Toby! Big mistake with bringing yourself straight into the water. Is like literally giving your body to Toda, and that was just a mistake coming in from Elite. But it's okay. Elite still survived. They did manage to bring him back. It was just a minor mistake and possibly a good idea as well. I think Toby was just trying to lure Toda away from their area, and this is something that could be helpful for the side of Elite. But at the same time, right here, Homeboy still surviving, meeting off with 21. This is another fight that is a redemption after what happened on day number 2 and game number 1. The fact that Xiaomin will be meeting off with Mikacha. Xiaomin still surviving, but no! He was hit and run by Mikacha! No! That was nasty.
That was kind of nasty here. It's not done yet. Luki still alive, but it looks like he has to deal with a couple of other members first. Looks like Olive will be able to take out Aryan in the meantime here, just to kind of clear up this area with many points in hand. Oh no! Still, I thought he was about to get into the vehicle, gets cut down before he does.
Oh, that was sad situation for 21. I mean, a great start for game 1, but now game 2, they're very early to be swiped off. And now moving on to the side of KTB Gambit, meeting off with Infernus. Shaq Toby with the one to be taken out. Fikri managed to actually score it out, but at the same time, Brent also been shut down now. Speed, 2 Speed trying to look for the rest, clears out every single one of them and making sure that Infernus will be the one to wipe them out.
Yeah, Infernus, I don't know, they've been here for a pretty long time. The fact that the team bothered to rotate up into Intellect Center, this could have been like one of the longest stalemate of all time,
yeah.
or they just so happen to be in the wrong place, wrong time, because Infernus really had their number. Now they're walking out of Intellect Center pretty well, but the problem is that getting out of Intellect Center, you have to choose one of 3 bridges. One of them currently being covered by Low-Key. Museum is currently empty, but as we see Todak moving from the southeastern side of the map, they will be meeting into the last few remaining members who are spread out, and that's Elite.
Okay, this is... I mean, you got Team BOP Loki right in front, so you could be able to actually just move away, do a long rotation, but at the same time, right here, we have Toda just going into the side of Elite, takes down Wheezy immediately, and I feel like this is a great rotation coming in from Toda. The fact that they're going in, scouting the area, and try to take down one after another. Now, Elite, they had a really rough start, but now they spotted our homeboys, but Faiz will be the one who shut down Sep 22 immediately, and now leaving only one more player. Aleph spotted out Carpato, doing a good shot right this instant. Glue Wall also with Luffy helping him out for the backup. Half line left for the side of Carpato, but Carpato will be shut down immediately by Luffy, getting another elimination right in the hands of homeboys. And Toby all alone right here at the top of that signboard.
We're going to be cutting over to another fight, but this is going to be involving Chris and as well as Vamos here by Turbine on the western front. This island is not easy to get off of, and whoever wins this should be able to get into Museum, no problem, but we'll check up in a little bit, as we've already seen the first knocks come through.
Oh, Cat AZ takes down Riz first of all, but at the same time they traded off, and now June managed to actually bring back as well. It seems that Vamos has the upper hand. The fact that they managed to shut down 2 of the players of Chris, leaving Nizi as well. Now spotted out Nizi immediately, shutting him down with that Trogan. Now leaving only one more player to complete in his, who slingshot himself away from the gunfight of Vamos, but he's going to be in the same territory of Infernus, and Vamos seems like he's not going to actually let him off easily as he goes in for the slingshot. Ryu right in front. Who you want to actually beat off, Infernus or it's going to be Vamos? Right at this Ians has been spotted out. He goes in for the glue wall, but unfortunately it's going to be Infernus who gets the kill and takes down Chris right at the 9th spot.
Unlucky for Chris here. They were hoping that Infernus would eventually find the chasing member of Vamos and eventually collide here. Chris going to do their due diligence, going to quickly pick up some currency, revive their team members here by Museum, and then maybe get into an engagement with Low Key, who is transitioning from that northern side as well. Now that we see the next ring actually pull through, it looks like T69 actually trying to get into the southern side of the ring, but Scriptshots, they've already taken a very strong position on that third closure.
Let's see, spotted out T69. Gonna do a little bit of shots, but unfortunately doesn't land any of it. But Toda gets the information. They know for a fact there's one team right at their own compound, and they want to make sure that it's gonna be safe. And they don't need to worry much because the fact is their area is very secure. Homeboys on the other note, right this instant, spotted out one player from the side of BOP Loki, gets one, but at the same time looking for the rest of it as they try to actually guard off all of the safe zone. Right this instant, Vamos slingshot themselves straight to SSZ as Danny is right inside the compound, will be spotted out by Catzy. Catzy jumping right into his hands, and Danny will be taken out. 3 more players to go. Clears him out for the kill points as Sleepy tries to actually help and back things off from the long range, but it's not doing in the favor of Team SSZ.
Right now, Vamos just breaching one by one. Structure by structure, they're trying to take this over and take this space away from the script shots. And this is only on the southern side. I think Vamos recognized that there's also gunfire coming from behind them, right? Hunkering down is a pretty good option. However, there's not a lot of structures to actually play with in this final ring. Just along this river line, we only have a total of like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I know that's not really considered a structure. Let's give it like 6 to 6.5 structures actually available for play.
Okay, so 6 structure for you to play around. Try to actually find a really good territory and a compound that you can save yourself. But at the same time, is it actually a really good place? Especially the fact that I'm seeing that Infernus is doing well to actually go in for a fight with the BOP, who goes in for a fight with the script shot as well. Now going in for a fight is going to be Novax, who was taken out by Meals, and now leaving Blank all by himself. He's blanking off. He started to move away. He was the one who wants to go in for a fight with the SSD, but ended up they losing all those gunfight. Then now they have to actually rotate around, find another place to survive. But here's the thing, there's no place to survive. There's no safe place at all because everywhere there's so much team. Dora on the end up meeting off with the homeboys. Right, this isn't Alif managed to take down Raja and leaving only Sensei and Wings. Now they try to go in. They're meeting up with Team Vamos. They're scattered around. Wings was taken out. Sensei all alone to be surviving will be shut down by Alif at the 8th spot.
It's not over yet, right? Homeboys Conspiracy, they still have their 4-man strong squad having to deal with the Vamos members, pushing in one by one. Luffy is the next to fall as Legolas has taken him down. They're trying to turn that corner, but if they can win this choke point, they're just going to glue wall the choke point entirely. Jun split off from the rest of his team. Legolas has to deal with Alif on this right-hand side, but with so many glue wall melters, it's better just to take your time. As we already see Alif take down Khadezi as he finds a trade of his own. Looking for just one more would be great, but so far, they keep getting these revives down. Mika takes out McRory, and that means that Vamos, this continuous fight, has brought in new attention. Infernus from the northern side about to engage.
No, homeboy still surviving. Spotted out June. Gonna shoot down to June a little bit by little, but at the same time, right here, Alif gonna go in. Infernus coming in for the third party. Homeboys, you have nowhere to hide. It's the fact that you are a little bit too cautious with the Vamos, but now it's gonna be Infernus coming. Vamos on the 6th place, right? This isn't 2 speed, sticking together, takes down, but it seems that Fikri and Dekos was taken out as well. Oh, we got another party coming in right at the top with GAT69 fighting off and shutting down most of the players of Infernus.
They've called the firing squad down upon them. Infernus, no place to hide, especially with no control over any of the structures. Just glue walls on the outside, and a majority of the glue wall melters from the homeboys have been thrown out too, so they're not going out anywhere.
Oh no, that high ground, that's a great advantage coming in from GA. But at the same time, Alif left all alone, surviving. We got 4 more teams to go. Homeboy surviving one by one. But at the same time, Jens has been spotted out and he will be knocked down. But I think they will be able to pick him up as quickly as possible. It's going to be script shots right on the other side. And we do see a portal has been put out. It could be either one. There's a possibility they will be the one who try to go into Infernus, or Infernus will be trying to shoot it out. But it seems that Screamshot has another idea right on the upper hand. It's going to be team of the side of Infernus who will be able to fight it off at Halif, right? This isn't all alone. Spotted out the team of GA. They dropped because they have to. The team of Script Shots is giving a lot of pressure to a point. They can't stay there right at the top again.
Oh, now Alif eventually going to be bowing out here. The inevitability is going to get to him. With everything in time, it will all turn to dust. And unfortunately, the top side of Farmtopia, it's just too dangerous to say. And if they jump down, Infernus is on the opposite end. Scriptshots have a very good position by these barn bells, and I think they just need to hold it, right? If they spread out a little bit more, they need to put some pressure onto specifically Infernus. They don't want them to be able to walk out of that tent.
Agree, definitely. This is the pressure coming in from all sides. The fact that we know Infernus will be fighting off with the team of GAT69 and Scriptshots, they might be able to just farm it out and try to actually go in for the long range. But as the time coming in, right, it seems that Infernus will be doing another favor. They're going to slingshot themselves straight to Script Shots. Spotted them out. Grenade will be thrown out one after another. Launcher also been thrown out. Infernus, this is not going to be in a good favor. They wanted to bring the fight to Script Shots instead. Frickery having a lot of damage, and now they pull through. They pull back away. They know this is not a really good decision, but now GAT66 realizing this is not the way to go, and they will be backstabbing Infernus.
Yep, this is inexperience. Inexperience coming in from Infernus here. T69, they were just waiting for the opportunity. Whoever makes that first move against Script Shots is going to get blasted at. And Infernus knew the risks, but they still lost the member for that one decision. Infernus now with better positioning against Script Shots. However, they've attracted the attention of both of the last remaining squads in this 5th ring.
Okay, they pick it up, Fikri. 3 players still surviving. T69 try to actually do a little bit of rotation, but they're getting closer to Infernus though. But Scriptshot, realizing this, they're going to go in straight to T69. 2 more players to go. They get information. Danny will be shot out to Chat. Chat was the one to be taken out. Eagle also being shot down immediately with the help of Fikri with a long range shot. But now it's all up to SSZ versus T69.
They're holding on towards their side of the map here. That monster truck might not help them. Knocks him out of the way. Manages to get knocked down of his own. Gets back out. Infernus still scrambling here. Danny's going to have to try his best. Last member of Speeds. He can make it. No. Gets overwhelmed by the last 3 remaining members of the Script Shots who take the booyah for map number 2.
Z, the second booyah in their hands as well here for day number 2. Nicely done. I mean, that monster struck hit, that was a chef kiss for the side of Scriptshot getting this booyah, man.
Yeah, it worked out perfectly. It
Yeah.
opens up a way for them to play in the open space while still getting somebody on their knees. Just worthwhile for Scriptshots here. And honestly, it was a very volatile scenario, right?
Yeah.
There was a lot of positions where they could have been attacked to. They decided to just chill out, and
Yeah.
they made some really good decisions on the teams that they want to push out of position.
Agree, definitely. I mean, that was the crucial point of time. You know for a fact that you have a really good spot, you have a really good location. Why give it up? Just hold it out. Wait for the time being, wait for the circle to actually close things off. And the fact that we do see the one main mistake that give a lot of opportunity to Scriptshots is the fact that Infernus was back and forth. They didn't know who they want to fight it. They wanted to bring it to the side of SSE, but ended up T69 punished their mistakes in the end. And that was just beautiful. I think that one of the map itself here for next era, a lot of those fights that we didn't expect it to happen ended up happening, and a really good shot coming in from Toda as well. I think that the scouting started out really good in the earlier stage, but then in the end, Toda also having a little bit difficulty coming into the safe zone. That was the reason why they actually faltered throughout. And at the same process, I think Team Vam was surviving really good. They also managed to do a lot of damage, a lot of farming right here for this map number 2.
Yeah, I think our invited teams definitely feel a lot more confident than everybody else in the lobby, and that's why Todak, you're seeing they're dropping on the north side, but they ended up on the first ring on the bottom side of the map, right? They're basically just going on the outer ring of the circle and just farming as many teams as possible, and I think maybe to a fault. Even Homeboy's Conspiracy is guilty of this as well. Members of Elite who are on the outside of blue getting chased from the northeastern side of the map, and even the southeastern side of the map because of Todak. I think that really put both of those teams in a highly volatile position where they have no guarantee of making it, especially on the third foreclosure where it jumped all the way to the left side, the northwestern side of the map.
Agree, definitely. And one of the crucial part is that now with 21 being dropped very early on, this is going to actually give even more of the idea that there's a possibility Vamos can actually pull through and catch up to that top 2 as well. And going into the game summary right here, this is actually one of the highest total damage, 15,333 damage. We got 95 destroyed glue wall. Total revival 31, also a little bit high compared to the previous game as well. I think a really good move coming in from a lot of the players, but highest kill from Homeboys Olive with 11 kills. That is superb.
Huge stuff coming out from the Homeboys. We'll see the match summary in just a little bit to see how many points once we've accumulated them all. Curious to see where they currently stand as of right now, because it just feels that the invited teams definitely don't feel as threatened and are willing to take a lot of like 50-50 fights, right? And in most cases, that's a good thing, because it goes to show that they have the mechanics to pull out from some tough scenarios. But at the same time, it really messes with their 4th, 5th, and even 6th, well, mainly their 4th and 5th ring rotations.
Agree, definitely. And loving the fact that most of the fight that we expected to actually end very early on ended up like they managed to actually bring back the teammates. They bring back all of the revival backs to their side. And this is something that you gotta actually survive long enough to pull through and be able to bring back the whole entire teams. The one thing that we quite surprised is the fact that Elite, I mean, like, seriously, there was a lot of questionable reasoning or even the choices making coming in from the side of Elite. They know for a fact that the enemy coming towards themselves, they could have actually rotate back to another side, but ended up they still hold off right in the position where Todak was able to scout them out. But going into Scriptshots right here, we got the highest damage from the side of Mios with 6 kills. That's superbly amazing. He's one of the close combat. He goes in for every single rush of close combat fight, close engagement. This is something that Mios will able to open things out. Sleepy on the note, I think there was some certain points that he is a sniper. He could have actually do a little bit more support system, because there were certain times that Scriptshots were given an opportunity to help things out, but Sleepy was a little bit too sleepy on his own side. But hopefully that could actually turn things around on the next game.
Well, I think that Scriptshots played it as good as it can get, because generally their positions were already getting attacked by Vamos previously when they had access to that 4th ring, and then even afterwards afterwards. I think they got a little bit lucky with the big pinch that happened towards the eastern side of the map with Homeboy's Conspiracy as well as Todak. Both of them colliding in a very awkward manner, allowing T69 to actually find a position in the first place, right? If we look at our top 3 teams, Homeboy's Conspiracy. Oh, interesting. Scrimshots at second and then Infernus at third.
Wow. 8,514 damage coming in from Homeboys. That shows that we were actually quite focused on the side of Team Toda, Vamos, but Homeboys, during the ending of that game number 2, that's when we see Homeboys popping off really well, shutting down one enemy, one team after another, and seeing on the top weapons is always going to be Trogan right at the top. 12 kills from Homeboys. That's the reason why we are seeing Homeboys popping off really well, coming off from Alif himself. And then we got Woodpecker right there at the side of Homeboys as well. Groza, also one of the top popular weapon as well.
Really just goes to show that snipers definitely have their own flavors here. Woodpecker is particularly devastating, especially in international play. We're seeing a lot of snipers actually pick it up as their substitute before they pick up the AWM. Sometimes they just run both. You know? If you're crazy, you run both. And I'm like, all right, well, all respects to you. You like looking through a scope, I get it. You don't have to say any more than that. But being able to penetrate those glue walls also helps you to ensure downed members, and even sometimes baiting opponents to, hey, go for the revive, hide behind that wall. We'll feel real safe.
Agreed. Oh my god. That sounded very evil, but agree. On the note, again, anything can be done, and it's actually a really good idea to the side of the players to do whatever it takes to actually be at the top of their gameplay right here on the SPS season number 5. We have done with 2 maps. We still have 6 more maps to go. Don't go anywhere, guys. Right here, this is going to be the round standings. We got Homeboys with 27 points.
Hey, yo.
Wow! They denied on that booyah, but they got 20 kills, and that put them right at the top. Scrimshots, even with the booyah, they got 21 kills. Infernus, I think this is a better performance coming in from them, especially compared to what they did on the first map itself. And then we got GAT69 with 15 points as well, right at the top 4. 5th is going to be Team Vamos, and 6th is going to be Toda.
Okay, all right. So Torak didn't get as many points as I thought they did initially. Same goes for Vamos, but that's a very good thing here because it just goes to show, right, that inevitably the early game aggression needs to stop, and then you have to start looking for what that final game position is going to be. And I feel like right now, like Torak, as confident as they are, have found themselves 2 times in a position where they could have found a booyah had they just taking it, if they just took it a little bit slower towards the 4th ring.
Agree, definitely. We love the fact that you are aggressive, but this is where it comes down to how much of aggression that you want to actually pull out to a point that it will jeopardize your idea of the safe zone as well as survival for that booyah, because booyah makes a lot of difference. 12 points to boost it off, and I think that there's a possibility Toda is a little bit too confident and too comfortable with that first placement point. Anything can happen during that 6 more rounds that is coming up next, so don't go anywhere. We're coming right back with match number 3 here on the SPS season number 5.
Here we go!
Welcome back, everybody. Match number 3 is about to be on its way as we start off the rotation with Bermuda once again. We've already concluded yesterday's rotation and even concluded the last end of it with matches 1 and 2 in Alpine and Nextera. But now, Bermuda, where we've already seen the top 4 consist of some of the better teams, but also they want to maintain their spot. They're going to have to do it here on this map.
Agree, definitely. We know for a fact that Bermuda definitely brings out a lot of the OG gameplays because this is the map where we started out. Free Fire community builds themselves around the Bermuda map. But here's the thing, when it comes to Bermuda, it started out like when we see from yesterday, Bermuda is where most of the gameplay started really slow.
Yes.
Because we know for a fact that most teams have their own favorite drop spot, and they know they try to avoid to contest any types of gunfight or engagement too earlier on. And this is what we see when it comes to Bermuda map. But is it going to be the same case here for day number 2? Because it seems that throughout the game of day 2 right here, from game 1 to game number 2, most of the teams are very aggressive early on. We do see a lot of gunfights coming in from the team of Todak themselves. They scouted every single corner, every single area. Imagine you're from the top, you're moving in right to the southern just to get those kill points. But again, is it going to be in their favor? Because if they keep messing things up or they keep on having the same composure or the same gameplay, they might not getting a booyah in their hands. But going on to the overall standing after 2 games of playing, right, this is Toda still at the top right now with 191. Homeboys at the 2nd place. Imagine they be able to actually pull through with 135 points. Team Vamos still at the 3rd place with 132. BOP Loki with 123, and Elite only just 1 point needed to actually pull away Loki from that top 4 with 122, and 21 also with the same points of 122.
2nd and below seems very attainable for all these teams here on our very first page of the top 6 so far. And I think, you know, all of that needs to be kept in mind with the same mentality that right now the rich are only going to get richer and are going to try and keep the poor poor, right?
Yeah.
So they have to break out of that capitalistic way of thinking. And the only way to do that, take your time in the early game, because a lot of these early game fights are getting third party by Todak specifically and even Homeboys. And they've been farming these teams for the past 2 maps. That needs to stop now.
Agree, definitely. This has got to be someone to actually call out, hey Todak, this is not cool, this is not nice for you to do it, and we need to shut things out, especially the fact that we are seeing that some of those gunfights, especially coming off from Elite as well as the side of Team KTP Gambit, they were the one who actually had to meet up in the first place, but ended up Todak was messing things up and Elite had to actually pull away from those gunfights. Now going into the other side or the 2nd page of our overall standings, we got 7th place Infernos with 107, we got GAT69 with 98, Scriptures with 86, Curis with 77. This is where we are talking about how the first game, Curis always performs so well. They're at the top at their peak points, but then going into the 2nd map, this is where it drops down a little by little, and we question, like, is it just the first game that Curis hyped out, and then after that, they actually shattered a little bit of their momentum. Going to 11th spot is going to be those who are at the bottom. We do see TE still struggling right here on the SPS.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, from 7th to 8th onwards, it's going to be tough, right? But if you are in that 6th, 7th, 8th, you know what? I'll give a little bit of grace. Even 9th position, 2 really big games could pull you back into contention for that top 3. Honestly, catching up to Todak might be a little bit difficult within the day. Maybe if there was a 3rd day, there could be an opportunity. But since they're about to break 200 points, your best bet is to play for 2nd and 3rd.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that, again, Toda is just messing things around. Maybe that's the reason why they're not actually aiming for that booyah. They're just messing things around, try to make it really difficult for anyone to actually break through and get that farm points for themselves, and to even have a really good positioning for that placement point. And I like the fact that, I love that idea, Toda, but then again, it might actually bite you right at the back as well. So you gotta be careful with that rotation and the gameplay. Now going into map number 3, we are going into game number 3 as we see a lot of the teams already been landing their own spot. We got Toda again at the clock tower. Nobody able to contest them when it comes to clock tower. They always have their own safe spot there. Team TE still managed to go into the observatory. Previously, they had to contest with the team of Elite, but today they are safe. But Chris, on the other note, meeting off with Script Shot, they get the first blood. Nidzi will be able to be taken out by Danny, as Vix also been shut down. 2 kills right in the hands of Script Shots.
Yep, and that's going to load Danny's with the weaponry that he needs in case there's a third-party member coming out. Homeboy's Conspiracy is nearby, and they do spot out the last remaining Chris member running away from the area. Homeboys could do something about this, but at least for Heinz, he should be able to revive his teammates. He just needs to walk away, and I do see a Mart not too far away as well, so maybe a couple of coins as well.
Okay, let's see. Even Homeboys has actually spotted out Script Shots and did manage to actually land those shots, but it seems that Luffy as well as Alif is not satisfied with just getting a very lucky shot, so he's gonna go all the way straight to Sleepy. On the other compound, we got the team of TE meeting off with the KTP Gambit right distance, and shots coming through to the side. I miss her, as they seem to have a lot of the damage, but it's not going to be enough. Yazid and Adam will be the 2 players to be shut down, and it seems that they will be backing off from fighting off with KTP Gambit. The fact that they were the one who goes in, but now it seems that KTP say, no, we're not going to finish that off just like that. Ace Easy right in front of Yasuo, having a lot of damage. Great shot coming through from Yasuo, takes out Ace Easy. One more play to go from the side of TE. Doesn't spot him out just yet. He goes in for the loot first of all. Smoothie was taken out by Brand and leaving only Adam, who just barely managed to revive right on time.
Good stuff, good stuff. With these types of early interactions, you gotta be ready with the Pocket Mart at any moment. If not, fight for a POI that allows you to get a revive. With Graveyard, on Graveyard side as well, Adam is gonna head towards the southern side of that map. Previously, where he did see the interactions happen, to maybe find a revive point of his own. But now we look over Vamos and as well as Loki. Loki currently inside the compound as Vamos looks to encircle it.
Okay, let's see. Gonna go in for a 5 with the Loki. Litzy will be the first one to be taken out by June. Great shot coming through, but there's right at the top. It seems that Katizi also tried to go in for a fight with the team, but unfortunately he was tagged off, and now giving a lot of opportunity for the team of BOP Loki. But at the same time, that's gonna be an information taken from Vamos. They have a trade between one another, but here's the thing. They want to pull through or they want to actually just go back for. But it seems that Vamos says, hey, if we already started out the fight, why don't we just bring it to themselves straight away? But at the same time, it seems that Ehins has been trying to survive all by himself, being spotted out. Ooh, close enough to be able to be spread out, and Faiz just miss him by a split second, and now Kuris is back in the scene with a full squad.
Nice, nice. Good recovery coming in from Chris. We cut back to Loki here on the low ground. We do see that Litzy is able to get out of there. Same goes for Blank. Not even going to take the traditional method as Vamos heads towards the northern side of Mill. Looks like these early interactions have not gone too well, but at least no full squad eliminations this early on with these past 4 minutes.
Agree, definitely. I mean, started out really good. The fact that most of it is just gunfights, engagement taken down, but at the same process, no one has been wiped out just yet. And Script Shot has been spotted out by the team of Homeboys. Kaz right in the air. He slingshot himself straight into the ocean. Not sure if it's going to be safe, because it seems that Alif and the rest of the teams are trying to explode himself. But it seems that Kaz gets the upper hand, takes on Alif. But Luffy on the same side, it seems that he managed to actually back it off again for the team of Homeboys.
Oh, that's so funny. I love it. I love it. Still was able to get a down of his own. If he got an elimination, that'd be even funnier.
Yeah.
But Chris still looking to recover here. Low key, finally losing out on this fight, as KTP GT is able to still hold on. They're able to bring back all of their members, but with one remaining member left, he doesn't go down. Litzy able to Tatsuya dash just in time. He's still on the run though.
No. He's healing himself. I miss her coming in, and he's trying to wait it out. This is gonna be a good idea. I miss her! Spot him out already! Shuts down Litzy, and that is gonna be the first team to be wiped out right at the 12th place.
Feels bad. Feels bad. I thought he homer droned it out, but he didn't. Instead, just casually denying his abilities. Now, Homeboy's Conspiracy still farming out in the outside of the blue, with Nizzy still hiding underneath the bridge currently for Chris. We're not sure whether or not Chris has another member that's still surviving, and this is just buying as much time as possible. But Nizzy, he's marked for death. Right now, Homeboy's Conspiracy just making sure that they don't let any squad get away from them.
Oh, nice. Great job coming in from Homeboys right there. Clears him out instantly. I mean, like, you already been spotted out. There's no way out for the side of Chris, though. A great job coming in from Homeboys with 5 kills already in their hands. They're scouting the area really good. They're making sure that each and every single side will be secured by the side of Homeboys. Team Vamos right down below right here. It's not going to be a good idea for them to stay here long because the low round will give the opportunity for 21 to actually go in. Now, for the kill leaderboard right here, we do see Luffy as the top one with 4 kills, as well as Danny right on the second with 3 kills. So far, looking good for the side of all teams. Homeboys, Script Shots, Vamos, as well as the rest of the team as well. But right this instant, it seems that Vamos gonna bring the gunfight straight to 21. They don't want to actually overextend themselves or even making sure that low ground will be in the favor of 21. Aryan right in front, throws some nades as well as try to actually break most of the glue wall. We got Vamos, Rory right for the long range. Try to do a little bit of scouting on the left side. Katazi will be spotted out, but at the same time, Vamos being cautious. Throws nades one after another. Doesn't hit anyone just yet, but they try to find an opening to the side of 21.
All right, let's look at the next foreclosure while this fight is still happening between 21 and as well as Vamos, because they're already playing within the ring. This can actually extend a little bit longer. We're not expecting too many third parties here, but Kataizi really needs to find first blood as Loki finds one in June.
Okay, let's see. Managed to actually takes down June. Immediately one more player to right in front. Throws the glue wall, and it's going to be Katizi, the next one to be taken out by Yasa. Rory, lovely shots coming in from Shamim, shutting him down as well. Now Vamos, when they bring the gunfight, they got to be prepared to fight it out. And instead, now Legolas has to move away, run for his dear life, knowing for a fact that he is outnumbered. But Aryan, he's not going to give up. We also see that most of the teams of 21 also chasing after him. It's going to be Shamim right in front.
Oh,
Nate's
no!
being thrown out, but no! Shamim will be taken out. But we still have Aryan right at the top. Legolas managed to actually take down one. He goes in for the flank. He crossed. Oh, but no! Legolas still survives and takes down 2 players of Team 21. Not a good move, but on the other side, we got Toda meeting off with the team of KTB Gambit.
And it finishes just as quick. 21 will be able to bring back a majority of their members, but Toda cleans out this side of the map, bringing back traps. Now next to Sensei, and then eventually Raja here. Everybody back at fighting, tip-top fighting shape as Toda conquers the western front of the map. Not to mention, I'm looking at the big map as well. Nobody's behind them. Graveyard is clear, and even south side, Infernus has not made their way into the ring just yet. As we go back to the war between Script Shots as well as the Homeboys Conspiracy.
Alright, going into the pick side. Script Shots right in front. Gets the info. They do try to throw a nade and maybe try to pick a little bit, as well as trying to do a little bit of some damages as well. They also try to explode the vehicle, but it's not going to be enough. Homeboy still surviving, but at the same process, Mule has been tagged off and he's going to be careful. A little bit closer, try to pull in. Probably they know for a fact that the zone needs to be coming in on the side of Homeboy. So in the end, they back away from those gunfight. This is not going to be a good case for them. Why don't we just step away from fighting with Homeboys and find another location to actually place their compound?
I'm not sure what the arsenal is starting to look like for them, but I did see this late in the game still having a med gun is kind of an interesting choice. But now we jump over to GAT69, trying to get into the ring, but spotted out by Elite. The vehicle is going to get gunned down here, so this begs the question, you're already so close to the ring. You can take the long way around, but it looks like they're calling for backup here on this structure to hold it against Elite, who are trying to cut them off from the rest of the clock tower.
Let's see. All right, we got Elite coming in right at the top. Infernus is also right in front, so this might be a 3-way fight as well before we even know it. But at the same time, right this instant, they spotted out one. It seems that Winzy will be shooting down. Ooze will be taken out by Toby. Jen is still surviving and he will be able to take down by Winzy. Lovely shot coming through from Elite. A little bit too open, and now GT69 is left with Eagle. One more play to go. He managed to move away as quick as possible before being spotted out by the rest of Elite. But here's the thing. He goes into the safe zone. He might end up meeting off with Team Toda. So you got to be careful. It's either he will be shut down by Infernus, Elite, who might meet off right behind him.
Oh man, Eagle's got to figure something out, right? Because
Yeah.
he knows he doesn't have enough currency for a full revive. He is right next to the POI that can get his squad back into full fighting shape, but there's not a lot of loot to work with. So a lot of decisions need to be made here as we see 21 chasing the last few remaining men. Ho! Look, he does not miss! lands it again. Headshot with the AWM. My God. Are people sick of looking at him in the kill feed already? Because I know I am.
I mean, he's been a top leaderboard, and here meeting off with another player is going to be Riz, who'll be taken out by Yasta. 21. After being denied on that map number 2, it seems that they are popping off. They are trying to redeem themselves again, because the fact is a really good gunfight coming in from their side. Homeboys already putting themselves right at the top of this hill. It's going to be Screamshot who comes into them. Grenade being thrown out one after another. Does get hit by Meals as well as Danny, but it seems that Danny moves away as well as Meals. Now they're trying to find a way to actually go in. Luffy has been taken out by that grenade with a half line, but at the same time gets another nade. Beautiful nades coming in from the side of Team Scrapshot, but it's not going to be enough. Homeboys backs away. It seems that they know for a fact that SSZ is coming in for a fight. They put a lot of glue wall right on the side.
Whoa.
But Danny on the left side, Alif, he's got to be careful there. And Chris is also right at the back. This is going to be a three-way fight.
Yeah, the revives did come down from Chris. I'm not sure whether they're going to be very well looted for this upcoming battle here. Same goes for T69 as well. They just jumped on in. We'll see that Scriptshots will have to deal with Fies, who's holding the ground single-handedly really well with the help. Well, technically, I don't want to say with the help of Denny's has pushed his teammates back in. Giving up that angle is a good idea. But now T69 getting blasted and finally eliminated by the Scriptshots, who looks behind. Our next ring for closure is happening on the western bank, which is great for Elite and Infernus, but terrible for our 3 squads about to go out to war.
Oh no, this is not looking so good. Homeboys already been scouted by the team of Chris, and now they gotta hold their ground just a little bit longer right here at the 10th side. And know for a fact 21 is also coming up next. Script shots getting closer and closer. This is where they try to guard things up, so that making sure that anyone who comes through, they will be meeting off with them. But Faiz, on the other note, has been spotted out here, and he will be taken out easily by the 21 team. On the other note, Script shot finding the reason why they're not going to be able to meet off with the team Homeboys. They started to actually go down the hill, and it might actually meet off with the team of Elite. But Chris emoting right at the top of Nuclear Pen, saying that we're just going to chillax here. This is what we always do the best. We just chillax and wait for the last zone.
They did get a couple of their members back. No, it looks like they managed to get one revive in that point of time to maybe sneak their way in for some positional points. Here is 21 and as well as Scripps just trying to make sure that they clear their backs before they start heading into the zone. Oh, Aryan already down. Aryan ends up getting eliminated, and it looks like Script Shots is in a much better position.
Okay, Script shot doing well, taking down 21. And
Oh my
here,
God. Oh my
Chris! No, nobody is safe. No one is safe. And 21 Lucky just shut down the rest of Chris right on the 8th spot. Now, leaving 7 more teams to go. And Script shot trying to do a lot of damage to 21. Yasta right in the open, shooting down one after another. He's trying to survive. Blue wall right at the top, but he moves down below and was taken out by Team Vamos instead for the 3rd party. And now it's left to 6 more teams to go.
Script Shots kind of playing like attack all around, honestly, right? You know, holds a decent mid-game position that helps them transition into the late game, playing for the outside of the circle, clearing their backs on to 3rd and 4th, and then finally going for the end game, right? Looking at this end game circle, it's right smack in the middle here. It's anybody's game, but the outer beings of Elite and as well as Script Shots plus Vamos have a much better position compared to everybody else.
Oh no, but here's the thing. You are at the mid, and everybody is putting off all of the targets on you. You got Vamos trying to shoot down to you, Script Shots trying to shoot down to you, and it seems that McRory will be the one to be target off from Script Shots. At the same time, 3 more players to be surviving. Elite is actually making sure that their hands are clean, so they're leaving all the teams to be surviving. Homeboys, Mikacha all alone right inside, right underneath that bridge, and unfortunately, he moves back away before Vamos shuts down the Script Shots. Now they're preoccupied. It's giving an opportunity for Mikacha to just survive it out. But at the same time, Legolas right this instant, trying to spot it out. Launcher right in the hands of Kaz. Kaz trying to make a break right this instant for the team of SSZ. Oh, great launcher right in the hands of Kaz to take down Mary. Now June all alone. He's going to shoot down to June and clutches his out, making sure that Vamos will be eliminated at the 6th spot. Lovely, lovely clutcher right here by SSZ Kaz.
Big plays by Kaz. Big plays with the RGS as well. And managing to find the follow-up knock and then win out his own 1v1 with the micro Uzi. Just right place, right time. Good use of his weaponry. Making sure that he can get around these corners. But here comes Todak now dropping down to clear the low ground, because high ground is tough to hold, especially since you want to be able to start farming these points. Mika does find one into Raja, but the trade should be coming back real soon here as Traps finds his own with being the new kill leaders. They have to take out the last 2 remaining members of Elite.
Now Toda with full squad fighting off with the Elite 2 players. 4v2 situation. Kalpato try to go in rush with the side of Wings. He occupied himself straight away with that glue wall, but he breaks it up. Shooting down to Wings with the help of teammate, but unfortunately Kalpato is only one left to be surviving. He tried to survive, but 3v1 situation. Toda says he comes in. 1 shot to go, and that's gonna be the end of the side of Elite, giving the 3rd booyah in the hands of Toda.
They come back once again. Very good game from them, good decision making, and of course, decisive action is what we want to see in the later stages of the game. Congratulations once again for Toda, securing themselves a good number of elimination points on top of a booyah.
Agree, definitely. We are questioning whether or not they want to get the booyah or not, but now the 3rd game, it answers all of our questions. They have been surviving, they have been denying and threatening every single teams right here to go into the safe zone, and they have been performing well. I think that the fact that here on the 3rd match, this is where we see most of the Toda's fight has been a little bit slowed down, and they are much more further on, try to go in for the aggression right on the mid game. But going into the side of the team of BOP Loki, it was a little bit sad for them because they try to go in from one angle to another angle. They ended up meeting up with Team Vamos, which is quite a sad situation. I mean, that's just how it is. You try to survive one team, you might end up meeting off with another enemy. But Team Vamos, this is one of the team also has been superbly amazing, shutting down and getting a lot of the kills to the side of 21. We do really expected a lot of those gunfights was doing well for them, and despite that, Team 21 tried to shut them down, they still survived till the end.
Yeah, just really good stuff coming in from Legolas specifically. This
Yeah.
2v1 really just netted his team so many positional points
Yeah.
as the next couple of rounds go through. But then we look at the outside teams who are continuing to struggle, right?
Yeah.
Again, majority of them unable to recover, mainly because a lot of the MSP teams like to hunt them down. Knowing that they have a
Yeah.
man advantage is such a big thing in our region.
Yeah, agree, definitely. I mean, like, we do see that there were certain times that I thought that KTP Gambit is one of the teams that we were expecting more for today. It seems that they are faltering down even more further, and they have become one of the teams that is easily targeted by the rest of those who are at the top right now. And Scriptures is also one of the teams that can be watched out as well, because right here for this 3rd match, they have been superbly amazing, getting that 11 elimination on their hands with Kaz all alone, surviving, shutting down Vamos was just superbly amazing.
Yeah, I think, their big secret sauce here is their positioning. Overall,
Yeah.
when they position themselves in fights, that's why they really like to take their time, start spreading out, identify the angles that are most worth fighting for, and really just doubling down on some strong fundamentals in a 3rd-person FPS.
Agree, definitely. And I think that there was a great chance and opportunity if Kalpato and Toby were sticking together, because I do see that once they actually switched side, that was when Kalpato was left all alone, and it was a little bit of mistake coming in from Elite. But what can you do when you are fighting with a full squad of Toda? Going into the game summary right here, we got 136 glue has been destroyed, total revival of 40, 52,000 total damage, and the highest kill coming in from Toda Wings, and the highest assist by Meals from Script Shots.
Yeah, we haven't been able to see too many hard endgame scenarios.
Yeah.
6th ring going into null, into everything becoming blue. Not even remotely close. Most of these fights have finished before we even get into that
Agree.
position. And worst yet, by 5th circles, usually there's only 3 squads remaining, and that's been the average of the past 3 maps.
Agree. And the fact that we already talked about how Toda is right at the top on the bridge, right? It could have actually in the favor if anyone wanted to play it safe in the fact that we got Elite right down below, we got Script Shots right down below. They could have actually played with the zone, they could have played with the medics, but no, Toda said, no, we're gonna drop down straight away. Script Shots already clear out Vamos June, so might as well just clear them out, and hopefully we'll be able to meet off with the rest of the teams from the side of Elite. And here we got Skylar as well as Tatsuya. I mean, this is the pretty much one of the metas right here coming in from the utilities as well as the characters being used for the team of Toda. I'm loving it. I'm liking the fact that they are pretty much not just on the rushes side, they're not just mostly on the going in for to blow out most of the glue walls. They also much more in the tactical as well as strategy.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Todak pulling it off this time around in comparison to the first 2 maps where they're basically trying to farm the rest of the lobby. And I think now they definitely want to secure their position to move on to the next round without having to put too much effort in these next couple of maps. Because again, differencing from the Free Fire World Series, we take the full 8 maps in the day rather than the 6.
Yeah, agree. That's kind of true though. 8 maps. It's one of the, I think even most of the viewers also say like 8 maps here for the SPS. That's like I think one of the most longest tournament days that you have to actually put out with. And this is something that most of the teams, they have to be very, very careful on their strategy wise and their energy and their mental on try to actually divide it in each and every single map. And I'm loving the fact of that. Top weapons wise, we do see Krogan again, and wow. Wow.
Just goes to show how many revives had to come through for Vamos and as well as script shots. They had to recover multiple times within that game, right? That's why we're seeing the Thompson, the VSSs, the M79. Okay, that one is to be fair. Well, to be fair, what keeps script shots in this? But even for Team Vamos, right? MP5s even.
Oh my god. I mean, we did saw cars doing well with the launches, so it makes sense. Script shots with the decision making of that utilities wise, but at the same time, I mean, like, damn, script shot damage wise 8,979. That's just really, really superb.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams just had to go through the script shots or at least pass by their line of sight, and they really took full advantage of the scenario. I think I am curious to see what the overall score is going to be for script shots. We don't know how many of these skills were achieved at the end of the day, but hopefully, you know, it's something pretty high.
The fact that all of them have the same kills, 13 kills, 13 kills, 13 kills, and only Toda will be definitely putting out a really good spot because they have the booyah in their hands, so they're still at the top right now. They're very comfortable indeed. On the other note, script shots getting closer and closer right to that top 3, but is it gonna be enough? We still have 5 more maps to go, and so far the only one map that I haven't seen them performing is only map number 2, but from map number 1 to map number 3, they have been superbly amazing. But now, let's take a look on the overall standing from that round itself. We got 25 total points for the side of Toda, script shots with 20, Vamos with 18, as well as Elite Homeboys with 14, and 21 with 13.
Script shots is doing much better compared to yesterday. You know, consistently making 20 points in each of these rounds is a very big deal here, because again, it's not about like, oh, are we going into point rush at the end of this? No, it's top 3, move on to the next stage. So finding this consistency from the side of script shots is great, but we still haven't seen that big point game for them to secure them the spot in the first place.
Agree, definitely. So this is something that we also look forward to see. Is it going to be enough for them to actually pull through? Because 20 points after the map number 2, now going into map number 3, they got to be even more consistent going into map number 4 as well, because so far right now it seems that script shots, they're chasing as much as they can, but still not enough unless they do something really, really bombastic at this end of day number 2. Coming off 4th right now, I do see 21 with 13 points, still okay, but I don't think this is going to be securing them enough points, because again, things are faulting around, things are actually falling down, up and down for the side of all teams right now.
I agree, and I think, you know, at least for some breath of fresh air, or at the very least sigh of relief, has to be Elite here, currently at 18 points. You know, previously not even making it into top 10 in the past 2 maps, so this is the first amount of income technically in terms of points that they've received this entire day. I think that Elite could still try and equalize the score overall compared to the rest of the competitors that we have here at MSP, but I think right now the biggest ones that you have to look out for, definitely script shots. I do think that 21 has an opportunity, but that's on condition that Elite does bad.
Oh, that is true though.
Right? If Elite does bad, then suddenly 21 are coming off with 20-point matches.
Yeah, now there's a codependency coming in from 2 of these teams. Now, Infernus on the second page right now with 7 plays 10 points. We got KTB Gambit with 7s as well. I mean, a little bit too fast, okay, production, but it's okay. Moving on to the side with the fact that I feel like most of the bottom right now, again, has become the farm of all the top teams like we have been talking about. The fact is, KTP Gambit, yesterday, they really, really surprised us off really good. I think that there was certain point of times I thought that they were really good. I thought that they would be able to actually chase up to that top 6, but now getting even more further aligned to that day number 2, I feel that the momentum has lost. And is it the end for them, or will we see something changes right after this? Because we're gonna go in for a break, but before that, please keep on liking, keep on sharing. Match number 4 coming up right up after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Here we go!
I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found ya, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
Who's ready for the halfway point of today here at the Open Finals? Our MSP teams are going to be battling out for a cash prize at the end of our 8th match, but right now we have to face off Purgatory, the place between life and death.
Life and death. I mean, I do agree on the note that fact because it's the biggest map of all compared to the rest of the 5 maps we have here for the Free Fire. And the fact that we do see a lot of rotation-wise is going to be the longest. So far, I feel like from map number 1 to map number 3, a lot of the gunfight is very early on because of the small gaps, or even most of the time where people are landing off, they can be able to actually spot out, and it's easy for them to rotate easily as quickly as possible, as we see from Toda. That's the weakness so far. Testimony number 1, Toda was able to rotate from one end to another end to just shut down and farm kills for themselves. But on the other note, Purgatory is not going to be that easy. There's a lot of high grounds, there's a lot of lower ground. Is it going to be a fast game, or is it going to be a slow-paced game here from map number 4?
It's going to be tough to say here because, yes, I do agree that Purgatory is one of the bigger maps that they're going to have to face, and I think that rotating is never going to be easy in a map like this because you're going to get spotted out by plenty of teams on your way to your destination. So I do think that Todak, especially after match number 3, they took a step back, and I would only assume that they're going to do the same thing here on Purgatory because FFWS is one of their weaker maps.
Oh, yeah, that's actually one of a good idea and good note to actually take note. But right here, we're going to actually give you guys a glimpse of the overall standings after 3 matches. So far, we see Doda with 216 points. I mean, that Booyah really puts them even more further to the 200 points. Vamos finally managed to actually put away Homeboys from that second spot with the 150, but they only have 1 point difference. So there's something can be done from Homeboys conspiracy side. On the other note, we got Elite with 140, still putting up a really good fight for the side of 21 with 135. And then we got BOP Loki with 124 at the 6th spot.
Okay, but then we look at the the second page here with Infernus currently at 117 points. Immediately after them is going to be Scriptshots at 106. And then finally, we do have GA69 at 104. From that, everybody from that point onwards hasn't even broken the 100 point mark, which makes it really difficult for them, even if they were to get 20 points for the next 4 maps. Assuming that everybody in the top end is doing poorly and getting 0 points every single map, that's the only opportunity they have to make top 4.
Oh, that's a miracle if you see the top team suddenly just doesn't perform well, right? Out of the blue, suddenly they are being dropped easily. It can happen, not to say that it doesn't happen. It's not impossible, but it's a little bit difficult for you to do that, especially the fact that most of the teams, they have been grooving really good for their own rotation and their own land spot. But that's the case. If the teams from the bottom, especially the fact that Chris is still struggling trying to catch things up, and TE, I feel like points is really down below. It's not going to be easy for them to pull through. But again, we're really hoping that maybe you could be able to pull to top 6 because, like you said, there's a prize pool right here on the line. 1,250,000 US dollars, guys. It's not ringgit, it's US dollars. So there's a lot for you even to go in out from this Open Finals. But now, moving on to the match number 4. Here it is. All of the teams finally jumping out of the airplanes right for the Purgatory map.
It looks like the flight path is a little bit skewed towards the southern side, southeastern side actually. It's not pulling towards the northwestern side, which means that it's going to be a little bit harder to get to Marbleworks. It's not impossible, it's just a little bit of a walk here. Crossroads basically off limits unless you drop straight away. And here's the thing, right? Not a lot of teams want to drop straight away. They saw Todak jump out first, and nobody has touched Crossroads. Marbleworks is eventually going to get invaded by the Homeboys, but until then, we have to keep our eyes currently on 21, having a full engagement against Loki and Homeboys Conspiracy not too far north.
Oh no, Ryu will be the first one to be taken out by Yasuo. Aryan, right here, Litzy will be doing surprise attack and managed to shut down by Aryan instead. I mean, he was the one who tried to surprise attack, but Aryan gets the upper hand with the Trogan, so that's gonna be very, very easy kill for him, despite the fact of the rotation going into the KTP Gambit, meeting off with the team of right Infernus, as Freaky will be the one to be taken out by Yasuo. Now Decos is right in front, spotted out him, gonna shoot him down, and straight away Infernus will be eliminated at the 12th spot.
No, Infernus just a little slow on the trigger there. Even a UAV being deployed to figure out the rest of the area. But now we look at the next fight here. It's going to be Blanc looking at Luki. who's a little out of position here for the rest of 21. Yasan as well as Ariana really far forward here. I'm surprised that they still had a remaining member looking to fight rather than running away.
Very extravaganza, you say blanc, not blank.
Blanc.
I love blanc.
Blanc is going to be trying his best here, but he's currently running a little.
Oh, no. And it seems that Novax did manage to actually bring it back for himself, but at the same time, backstep comes through and Luffy takes him down, and BOP Loki, the next one to be eliminated at the 11th spot. Not so good.
I'm sorry, am I blind or did I just not notice the other members were just touching down from the ground there? Chris now here looking over to the side of Lumber. They hold the main compound, but just the bottom floor. But it looks like even script shots are aware of the situation that's happening. They've got a much more spread out, spread layout. Ooh, even pinging out 3 of the members from Chris. So they know that not everybody is inside.
Oh, okay. Now, Chris gets the info. And they try to find a way to actually go in with the side of SSZ. Shots are coming through. There's a lot of damage coming in, but at the same time, Higgins spotted out Sleepy right outside. So this is going to be at least some of the opportunity for him to actually guard this down so that at least Script Shot will not be able to take them down easily. But at the same time, Higgins clears it out, and it seems that Vix as well as Riz sticking together, making sure that if Script Shot comes in, they'll be able to back things off. But it's a slow and steady fight right here. Higgins as well try to do a long range shot, but unfortunately will be tagged off by Mios instead. That's going to be an opening for the side of SSZ as they move into the side of Chris. Spotted out 2 more players, Vix as well as Archap. Shots him down little by little, but it's going to be information for Sleepy to backstep. Shots coming through from the side of Sleepy, but at the same time, it's not going to be enough. Archap still surviving, and it seems that the backstep comes through, and Chris comes back for the retreat.
And now they're going to continue pressing the advantage here. They've got verticality on him, cracking his head a couple of times, but instantly knocking him down. No helmet, no problem. He does fly in 1, but still is traded at the end of the day. Still able to get his members back up to fighting, to full fighting force. Script Shots conquering the lumber mill is not going to be easy. Chris really planting some deep roots. And with the ring starting to close, I'm looking at the bigger picture here, and it looks like Vamos is rotating some of their members from the north side to head on over to the island that they're on from the bridge to lumber mill. And not only that, there are gatekeepers in KTP GT just on the west side of lumber mill.
Oh no, this is not looking so good. But at the same time, still focusing on the side of fight, Chris between SSZ. They managed to bring things around, but at the same time, Riz and Fizz is the only 2 players to be surviving. SSZ still doing a lot of damage, but here on out, they're still holding off for the vending machine. They don't have much of the coins to actually revive back, but at the same time, they might actually try to tease a bit of SSZ to come in for a fight. But 1v1 situation with Mios, but unfortunately, Mios will be denied and was taken out by Riz instead. So this is not going to be looking so good as Chris managed to pull their weight and as well as making sure that they'll be able to actually get a hold of the situation, but still not going to be enough as Chris, 2 more plays to go, and Vamos closing and closing enough to their side. This is going to be a 3-way fight. Slingshot straight to the open, but it seems that SSZ moving away and Vamos is going to chase after them.
No way! They distracted them, and now Chris has the position currently. We do see that GT is getting involved with the lumber mill compound as Kaz goes down. Vamos may have leapfrogged in front of a position that they might be able to start gatekeeping everybody else. And while this is happening, Danny's got a free get-out-of-jail card.
Wow, nicely done. A really good idea coming in from the SSZ, but here on out, Vamos, the one who tried to go in for a fight, is going to meet off with the KTP Gambit. Shots are coming through. June is going to be the one who rushes out, closes in to the side of KTP, but he spotted out Mac Rory, and at the same time, they got to be cautious. They have some damages coming in from the grenade side. KTZ with a 360 spin. Bren will be the first one to be taken out, but KTZ at the same time has been traded out by Yasuo. Now meeting off with June. June managed to shut him down as well. Now KTP Gambit not looking so good, and I miss her also been taken off with that Trogan, making Vamos wiping out the team of KTP Gambit.
Vamos does not miss her clearly. They've got higher expectations set for themselves. Now winning over Lumber Mill, and not only that, clearing out this southern side of the island. The last remaining squad is Script Shots on central side, and that's just on the other end of it. We look over at Mount Villa currently, where we do see the rotation. Eventually, it should be towards elite side, but the next circle actually within their grasp. Let's have a look at where this next circle circle is going to end up closing around here. If it ends up on the left side, right in the intersection.
Okay, I mean, it's not going to be easy, but at the same time, right here, we do see Elite meeting off with the team of GAT69. Managed to take down Winzy, first of all, and 21 meeting off with Meals. It seems that the team of SSZ, the one who's tried to survive and ran away from Vamos, they ended up in the favor or in the area compound of 21. Not looking so good for themselves, despite that they try to survive it out. Team Elite leaving only 3 players to be surviving. They try to move away and try to run from the side of Team GAT69. But it seems that Eagle, who just came back, not gonna actually even get those shots properly for themselves, but this is gonna give an opportunity for the team of T69 to come in, because that open shot is like an invitation for you to fight.
Poor guy, only has a scar. And his target is over 100 meters away. Wait, looks like TE is heading in towards Scriptshock's side, right? We were just looking at the mountaintop, and now looking at Central. This is becoming an all-out war as TE is getting zoned off the compound entirely.
Wow, Smoothies managed to take down Cast. That's a really good opening from the side of TE. And we do see that Sleepy and Danny still surviving 2 more players. I mean, the fact that they were the one who tried to go in for the rotation, and I feel like Team TE was a little bit struggling, but because of SSZ area as well as lack of players, this is actually going to give them opportunity to just run around and try to get a hold of the situation and shut down Team SSZ. Right, this is an ace easy. Gonna chase after Danny right at the bottom. I know that for a fact that he knows it, and he's gonna actually go in for a fight 1v1, but it seems that he's a little bit too slow with the gun. Finally actually have the hands right this instant. Put out a glue wall right in between of them. Gonna fix themselves first, reheal. Danny, slow things down. He's gonna go in for the flank, and Ace Easy will be the one who wins that gunfight, shuts down Danny.
And now TE Esports have control over the area. Script Sleepy, still the last remaining member alive, will try his very best to get some members down. It looks like he activated the pocket mark to get a revive, maybe even a vehicle. Tough to say. Didn't get a look at his currency. But now we look over at 21. And I think what nobody realizes is that the main island is actually empty. From Brasilia, northern side of where we're looking from Legolas. If you just head on north, cross that bridge, nobody is there.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. I mean, that's the reason why we are seeing a lot of those gunfights, a lot of engagements are coming forward, because everyone is scattered at the same island. These 2 islands itself is been spread out by a lot of teams. But at the same time, we do see that 21 still surviving with the full squad. The highest kills right here in the hands of Vamos. I think Vamos has been doing even better. They have been progressively improving from time to time. Now, Homeboy is meeting off with Toda. Toda slingshot himself, but Traps will be the one to be taken out by Aleph first of all. Mikacha try to guard things out, making sure that Toda doesn't come to their side. Grenade, cluster grenade, one after another. Does give a little bit of damage to Mikacha, but it's not going to be enough. So now Sensei knows for a fact. He goes in for the launcher, shuts down Mikacha. Now he's looking for the next one. Aleph will be the one to be the victim, but Luffy still surviving. He swatted out. He gets the launcher again in his hand, making Homeboys eliminated at the 9th spot.
Make it 3 in a row. Now we see 21 having to deal with Vamos, and not only Vamos, TRG Esports getting involved, looking down on him from the high ground of this highway. 21 has one of their members in the ring, eventually going to have to bring a revive down. Maybe we'll scout Central for their POIs, but we look at Vamos' perspective, right? They're getting attacked by TRG, not to mention Chris from their backs. They need to deal with the front lines as McRory is down.
Okay, Adam is all alone. He's got to be careful there. He's going to actually go in for the backup. He needs his teammate. He knows for a fact that the team of Vamos coming in for a fight. So they got to be sticking together like glue. But at the same time, Adam going in for the rush. Yaze also spot him out. He goes in for the flank and ended up right this instant. Vamos, Katazi right in this instant, right in front of him. He ended up being in the favor of the side of Vamos. And Ace Easy was the one who been shut down. Still surviving with Katazi and Legolas, as Legolas managed to shut down Ehins right on the rooftop, and still surviving. We do have June has already been picked up by Team Vamos. So at the end of it all, despite that TE was the one who tried to go in for a fight, but 21 will be eliminated at the 8th spot, meeting off with the team of Toda.
Wow, Toda gave up their position on the left island of Golf Course and head straight for Central. Right now they've got a really awkward split where Wings is trapped by himself on the previous island that they were on. and they just can't find an angle. You're going to have to walk up a little further if you want to get shots to go through, my guy.
At the same time, Wings gets the upper hand, instead takes down Oots in that process. I mean, they thought that they had the upper hand, but ended up Wings was the one who managed to shut him down. Now leaving only 3 more players
They
here.
come back! No!
Wait.
Look at them, look at them, look at them, look at them,
No.
they're jumping it over!
No!
They're jumping over to fight him!
They're coming over to fight with the GA's T69. They're not done yet. Traps coming in for the dash. Spotted out one. He goes in for the shot, but he misses it out. He's going to go in for the flank, but unfortunately, it's going to be Eagle who takes him down. Toda, a little bit too ambitious to a point now. Team GA T69 managed to actually trade it off, but at the same time, Chad is the only one left right this season. Will has been spotted out by Wings, making Toda, wiping them out as well. Toda is getting more and more vicious from time to time.
Man, some really bold moves from Todak. I'm surprised they didn't get punished as hard, but it just goes to show that mechanically they are some of the best here at MSP here in the Open Finals. For now, right? Chris has been holding out on the outer edge of the ring for the longest time, but there's only one way in. Two if I'm being generous. One, you launch yourself in towards golf course. How you're gonna do it beats me, man. Like, the docks are not very safe. Elite controls it. The southern side, binoculars are being used, and Todak is clearly spotted out there. If not, you gotta take the bridge. Both of which terrible options.
Agree, definitely. But TE will be the next one to be eliminated at the 5th place by the team of Chris. Now leaving 4 more teams to go. It's going to be Elite, Toda, Chris, as well as Vamos. Zone is closing in, and right in front is going to be Team Elite. Vamos Legolas is holding on to his last hope, whereby he's holding off right outside of the edge. He has at least one more player to be survived, and it's going to be Mac Rory, who he actually revived back. So 2 more players to go for Team Vamos. On the other note, Toda spotted out some players who slingshot themselves right this instant. It's going to be Chris who meted off Raja. Right, this is a shot to the side of Rift, but it's not going to be enough. Back it up by Trap as well. Glue wall right in the front side. It's going to be Vix who gets the victim instead, and now leaving Vix all alone as well to be shut down. And Achap right down below trying to survive it out. He managed to take down one player from the side of Toda, but at the same time, he meets off with the one and only Traps. He traps himself right into the glue wall with the help of Toda as well. Right, this is an Achap trying to survive, but he doesn't see anyone. He goes in for a peek, and he will be shut down, and that's gonna be the end of Chris.
Now everybody has taken losses here. We see that Todak still has 3 of their members still alive. Elite, on the other hand, only 2, with Vamos with 1, and that should be McRory on the revive from Legolas previously on the outer ring. Yep, that's McRory just chilling, waiting for his time. And now Todak on the attack is September 22nd from Elite, is getting bombarded from both Traps and Raja.
Oh, grenade thrown out one after another. It's not going to be easy, so Traps will be the one to shut down Sep 22, leaving 1 more play to go for Team Elite. We got Toby right down below underneath the bridge, and it seems that Raja and Traps will scout the area, and Raja getting closer, spot him out, and Toby is wiped out. 2 more teams to go. 3v1 situation. Wings already have his eyes at Mac Rory, giving 1 more booyah in the hands of Todak. Booyahs already.
Yep, they're doing very, very well for themselves. Once again, a good booyah from Todak's side, despite making some pretty rash decisions. But naturally, with their mechanical skill, they are just winning out these engagements more times than they honestly should be in the positions that they find. But nicely done. If Todak is allowed to get away with this, that means every other team need to take note why they are doing so.
Wow. I mean, again, it was so amazing. It was crazy to a point that from one island to another island, they slingshot themselves. They've already went to Central, and then they moved back again to the side of Gold Coast because they want to end off everyone from the side of teams Vamos, as well as the rest of teams that was surviving. Elite was not being spotted. I think one thing for sure that we have to give a little bit of credit to Elite, that they always managed to survive all by themselves and not being spotted out by anyone, but started out really good for the team of KTP Gambit, who managed to shut down Infernus. I think that they didn't actually expect it to meet off at the same drop spot at Brasilia. So that's the reason why Infernus was just taken off, swept off very easily on this early stages. But at the same time, Chris is a little bit too slow back and forth right here at the Lumber side compared to the side that I was expecting more from script shots. I was expecting them giving more, but I think that also come to a point that if you take it too long and then you take it too fast, Team Vamos as well as the team of KTB was already coming into the process as well. So I think it was a good idea from SSZ to just have one more player to just survive away from all those gunfights.
I mean, too long, too short. When are you going to be satisfied with one of these fights? I feel like overall it really just boils down to mechanical skill to a majority of these teams. That's why they're so confident, and that's why we're seeing like the unfortunate circumstances of opportunities actually being present but not being fully capitalized upon unless it's a full squad or maybe a very clear 2v1 advantage.
Yeah, agree. And that triple launcher triple kill that was just superbly amazing by Toda, taking down every single one of the players. And here, this is the back and forth. They're coming in from the side of GAT69. Wasn't expecting that, but they wanted to go in. They still want to go in for a fight. They still want to go for all of those aggression because they want to make sure that the points were us. I mean, like, I think they managed to actually clear out a lot of the points to a point they have at least 15 or 16 kills in their hands. And here on out, even despite that Chris tried to come into their own side and they try to fight it off, Toda just have a really good more mechanics to a fight when it comes to those close range combats.
Not to mention the momentum that they generate off of that, right?
Yeah.
We look at the game summary and 30 total revivals makes sense with 44,000 total damage. Nothing too out of the ordinary here all across the board. The fact that we only have 76 kills is a testament to how quick these fights are ending.
Yeah.
Because we are seeing, now we're not seeing as many squads. Like the total revive numbers have gotten a lot healthier in the past 4 maps. But now we really have to take into account that, like, despite teams not being completely destroyed in the first ring, that mid-game, a lot of weird decisions are being made. And worst yet, hard predictions aren't even taken into consideration. Maybe for teams like Chris, for an example, or even Elite, where they are looking for endgame zones. But every other team, it's very based on feel.
Agree, definitely. And again, those crucial times, those critical moments, that's the reason why most of the teams, even though they didn't go in for those full-on gunfight or the full wiped out, but at least they still survive it long enough right here for the map purgatory. But highest kill coming in from Toda Wings with 6, and then the highest assist from the side of 21, Luki with 3 kills.
So many already. It's tough, right? Because when we look at the Booyah one more time and then we start comparing the numbers, a total between all of them, the 13, 16 kills all together from Todak's side to end map number 4.
16 kills, that's crazy. We got Wings with the highest kills right here with 6, and then 3,086 damage in his hand. That's just superbly amazing coming in from Toda. Despite that, I feel like most of the time that Toda was just a bit too aggressive, but it was just the right amount of aggression to a point that there was nothing that most of the teams could be doing. That Toda was just superbly amazing. And then we see that M82B, again, one of the weapons for Sniper, really recommended here for the metas. And then we got 2 Tatsuya in the hands. We got Launcher again in the scene with M79.
Yeah, as always, expected to see 2 Tatsuyas in these types of lineups. Definitely it's up to pace with what the meta is currently asking for. But I do think that at the very least, people need to punish Todak, right? They can't be getting away with this all day long. They cannot be getting away with people who are getting consistently knocked down, reviving, but nobody finds that big punish, especially when they're jumping between islands. So many vulnerabilities.
I mean, even we saw how it was. It's like as if everyone was avoiding them. They already jumped at the northern side. They were all alone right at the map of the crossroad, and nobody actually wanted to even go in for the fight because they say leave the Toda. I don't think that's a really good decision. This is where most of the teams need to ask themselves, are you gonna leave Toda very early on safely so that they can loot on by themselves, or is this the time for them to actually just rush to Toda early on to not give so much power to a point that the mid game they cannot be bitten at all. Now going into the top 3, we got Team Vamos with 8,662 damage. Toda right at the top top, but their damage cannot be compared with 6,447, and Chris with 4,699.
To extrapolate upon your idea here, yes, Todak does get a lot of space in the earlier stages of the game, but I think if you were one of the players in the team, you would probably be along the same lines of, I don't want to be that first squad that has to face Todak, right? You don't want to be in that 12th or 11th position where you only get 0 points for position, right? We look at the top weapons, and now we see the full array. Trogons, obviously, all across the board here. Woodpeckers by Team Vamos, no surprises, but the RGS is getting a little, the M79 is getting a little more popular these days, as we are seeing a lot of situations just playing around. If you don't have like the util, you've already broke down the glue walls previously, and now there's just only one glue wall left that's stopping you from getting 2 elimination points. That's when the M79 is just like, oh, daddy, let me break a hole for you.
Yeah, agree, definitely. I mean, that's what we see from Todak Sensei. He was just destroying every one of his, like, one shot, and I wiped them all out straight away. That was just crazy for Team Todak, and I'm loving it. The fact that you utilize that M79 to a full potential. Like, you know for a fact that you don't want to actually overextend yourself, but you want to make sure that those who are in the way or try to survive from within that glue wall, they can't survive anywhere, because that launcher is just one destroyal point for those who are inside. But on the other note, right here, let's take a look on the round standings after that match. We got Todak with 28 points. Second place with Vamos with 22 points. Chris with 18 points. This is where we see finally Chris popping off even more. Really nicely done. Ely with 14. TRG or TE with 11 points at the 5th place, and GAT69 Chivas with 10 points.
We go on to the second page, then we look at 21, currently at 8 points, and the same goes for Script Shots as well at 8 points. Just below them, it's going to be GT at 7, Homeboys Conspiracy at 5. Surprising that they bowed out so early on in Purgatory itself, but I have to admit that both Script Shots and 21 had a very good chance of actually, you know, being on that very first page had it not been for TRG's early invasion from Central side, right? Because they were the ones who were pushing in from that side of the map in towards that the eastern side, and it really forced a lot of engagements between Vamos, between Fit21, even Elite to a certain degree got involved before they quickly hopped on over to the golf course.
Agree, definitely. I think that the reason why Terengganu Esport had a better upper hand right here for this match is because the fact that the rotation wise, they were just giving a little bit of disturbance from the within side or even from the long range side, and then they pull through and then they just try to rotate back away from all of those engagement. And I'm loving the fact, because most of the time Terengganu Esport always been targeted or been farmed at, and they couldn't fight at all. They couldn't even fight off, and in the end they will be wiped out very early on. So this is a better matchup for the team of Terengganu Esport here for the match number 4. Match number 5 is coming up soon. We got 4 more to go, guys. Don't go anywhere. Keep on liking, keep on sharing. We'll be right back with the next match.
Here we go!
Are you ready, survivors? Day 2 continues with match number 5 at stake here in Kalahari, where our top 4 seem pretty secure, but at the same time, so many competitors are looking to fight for that 3rd place spot. Now that we've seen the overall standings, it looks like Torak and Vamos are more secured, but anything could happen here in this desert land.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like, this is it. This is where the fine line of even more further coming into the top 3 that we're looking for right here for the SPS Free Fire on season number 5. This is only open finals and we are already feeling a lot of the tension, a lot of those aggressiveness coming in from our invited teams. This is showing how that's the reason why they're invited. They're really performing well, and even those who are from the open qualifiers, they're having difficulty to fight off with those who are from the invited. And hopefully it's not going to be the case even more further along the line because we have 4 more games to go. But this is it. This is going to be the overall standing after 4 matches of day number 2. And just a note for you guys, this is going to be the last time we're showing off the overall standing because after this, it's going to be a surprise after 3 matches. But on the end note right here, 244 by Toda on the 1st place. Vamos with 174. Homeboys, after being denied on that match number 4, I mean, they're still at the top 3, but this is going to be crucial because Elite is already right behind them with 154 as well, and 21 with 143, and BOP Low-Key with 126 at the 6th spot.
With Homeboy's Conspiracy bowing out pretty early on in the previous map. Now it's their time to get some really big points as we start talking about the things happening in the second half, because anybody from third place and below has a chance to overtake Homeboy's Conspiracy. One of those teams, Infernus and as well as Scriptshots, have gotten pretty close overall, but having 2 weak games after our first 2 maps of the day, they haven't seemed to be able to, you know, kind of readjust for what the early game is demanding out of them. And now, second problem, the mid game is getting even harder.
Agree, definitely. This is something that most of the teams, they have to actually figure out whether or not they want to maintain the rotation they've done, the gameplay they have actually doing it. Because the fact is, I do feel that there's a lot of progression. There was a lot of improvement that we could give credit, but still not going to be enough, because going into the overall standing, again, you are looking for top 3 to actually get the ticket to go to the challenge season. And not only that, you want to go into the top 6. Even though you don't get to the top 3, at least get the top 6 for the prize pool of 1,250 USD.
Exactly, and hopefully that's going to be, well, that is going to be the case, especially since we're heading into Kalahari right now to have a look at the current flight path that our players have been given. Now, we got a little bit of a skewed one in previously, but now it's going to start changing up here in Kalahari once again. One of the bigger maps, but definitely way more verticals. Luckily, they will have the utility of the grapple gun to get across, to close the distance, and to scale higher heights. And it looks like the flight path, very traditional, more towards the southern side, so I don't expect teams to make it all the way to Oldhampton, but this should be good enough.
Okay, Homeboys going in straight to the confinement. We got TE at the Shrines. Those who are at the Bayron is going to actually meet up. It's going to be Chris as well as KTP Gambit. And for Toda, again, they're very quite safe right at the tree step, but at the same time, they're quite close by to the team of BOP Loki. Now, the gunfight started off for the team of Chris. We did see a great wiped out coming in from KTP Gambit when they shut down Infernus. But is it going to be the same case here for the Chris side? As Ehans trying to actually scout the area, he goes into the second floor, but he did manage to actually get some of the information taken. And it seems that team KTP Gambit loses their teammates and they only left with 2 players. Even KTP Gambit having a lot of damage. On the side of SSZ as well as GAT69, it seems that Jan spotted out Sleepy. Sleepy goes out and takes him down instantly.
They didn't want a wide swing there. Couldn't understand what the sound cue was. Looks like right now, GAT69 doing a very good job, but we look over at Oldhampton, and Scriptshots will be able to kind of hang around the area for a little bit, recover, get back to full fighting strength, but we're going to look over what's going on here with Kristen as well as TRG, with Homeboys Conspiracy members in the mix.
Wow. Chris tried to actually step away, try to go in for a fight with KTP Gambit, but ended up meeting off with Homeboys. Now, this is going to be interesting. Ace Easy as well as Adam right in the same compound with Alib. Doesn't spot him out. He goes into the second floor, spotted out one. He takes down Vix straight away from Team Chris. So there's 3-way fight right here. It's either they meet off with Homeboys or they meet off with TE, but it seems that Alib will be the next victim right in the hands of Adam. Luffy right into the tower side has been spotted out by Adam. He goes in for a fight straight away, shuts down Alib, and Homeboys is down by the numbers.
Adam kind of nasty with it with the double barrel so far. Able to close the distance real quick with an early pickup of grapple gun of his own. But now we are seeing members of Homeboys coming back. The revives did come through. Chris, on the other hand, still not back to full fighting strength. But Vamos has pushed 21 in a bit of an off. Well, actually, is it 21 who got pushed or was it Todak? It looks like Todak pushed Xiaomin into an awkward spot. And now they see Vamos is going to be a full engagement.
Oh no. And it seems that Sensei already spotted out Cathy Z, breaks all of the glue wall, and June, on the other note, is already preoccupied with Raja. Traps will be the one to be taken out by June. Really good composure. I think this is the reason why Toda now they're actually a little bit scattered around, and Vamos getting a really good upper hand. They started to fight off, and Sensei trying to actually bring it back. Maybe they try to actually backstab as well as try to redeem of what has happened. But at the same time, Sensei meeting off with June. Finally, this is going to be a redemption. Can he actually make it through? He gets a little bit of shot, but it's not going to be enough. June comes in. Sensei plays around right here for the glue wall, but June gets the kill instead.
Yeah, but still gets traded at the end of the day, unable to finish off the elimination for those sweet points. And we did see that Chris gets eliminated in 12th spot. That's already one squad down in this first ring. We look on over to the few remaining members of Vamos, but wait, cut on over to the 2 damage teams, now back at full fighting strength with TE currently as the elimination leaders with 6 underneath their belt. They want more in Scriptshots.
Ooh, goes in for a fight with Danny, but 2 players goes down straight away. Now Danny still managed to actually go in for a fight. He spotted out Ace Easy with the help of Mios, takes down another player from TE. All alone, Kaz will be fighting off with Smoothies, and that's going to be the end as TE, they thought they were able to fight off, but ended up they having struggle, and Adam, just in the nick of time, was able to revive back.
Yep, right at the edge of the map. He does not want to get spotted out just yet here. Really unfortunate circumstance. It really felt like TRG Esports had the drop on them, but unable to finish them off. But we come back to 21, eventually about to get eliminated as the Tordok members are going to chase him down. Riptide Rhythm even being dropped as well.
Ooh, and that's going to be the end for 21 at the 11th spot by Toda. It's a bit of misfortunate for him. I think the fact that he tried to move away from any of the engagement, ended up meeting off with Toda. It was just not in his favor. Going into TE, this is one of the best matches we see so far from them with the highest kill elimination. 6 kills so far, even though they made a little bit of mistake meeting off with the enemy. But on the other side right here, we got BOP Loki meeting off with Infernus. Ryu try to actually catch up with Blank, doesn't spot him out quickly, but he does peek. He jumps in, 2v1 situation. It's not going to be in the favor of Ryu. He's got to be careful. He also needs a backup. On the right side, somebody is shooting him down, so he has to pull through and has to back away and rotate another side with the help of the teammate.
Taking the low ground isn't a bad idea, but they have to be worried about these nades, and hopefully it doesn't get over that edge. They're trying to watch their left flank here, but at the same time, the right flank is wide exposed, but they have Overwatch from their sniper on the outer bounds of the ring so far, trying to make sure that that side is safe.
Okay, let's see. At least they managed to actually move away or try to shoo away the team of Infernus before coming into their grounds. And even Infernus is having a little bit of second thoughts whether or not they want to go in for those gunfights or even for the close range combat. So now they decided to just wait it out for a while. But at the same time, I'm not sure if that's going to be a good decision on the side of Infernus. But not to worry though, because they're pretty much safe here on their own compound in the area. No one actually been seen. On the safe zone side, I feel like most of the teams are right now at the end of it, at the edges of every event center. The only few teams that is right in the center, it could be from the side of KTP, Gambit, as well as GAT69. On the end, we got BOP Loki still holding their ground right here on the main side and doesn't want to push away or even try to let go of their points because they know for a fact that either way, they're just going to wait out for the team of TE to come to them.
Nobody is taking control over Refinery as of right now. Everybody, as you mentioned, playing on the outer circle. Let's see what this next one is going to start pulling us towards once the blue fully closes.
Okay, this is not looking so good. This means that a lot of those fights is going to actually go in for the Bayfront. Refinery-wise, I feel like GAT69, they know for a fact that that's their best spot right this instant. And that as we see, finally Infernus open the gates and fight off with the BOP. It's going to be Ryu, the first one to be shut down. On the other note, it seems that Infernus knows this information. They back things off away from fighting with BOP Loki.
Yeah, they're hoping to maybe gatekeep some of the teams on that northern side. Script shots on the other on that top side still so much damage they've taken, not really able to recover, but 4 elimination seems good unless they bump into another squad once again. Hopefully for some of the other teams, right? We're looking at low key specifically on May's side. They've basically cleared out their entire backs. Even their southern side towards Mammoth is pretty good too. Overall, plenty of play space. The real question is, do they want to actually push deeper in towards where the ring zone is, right? Refinery is is definitely one of those spots where it's safe, it's just good. You can see everything. You have a vantage point. Your escape point is also in the hills just behind you on the western side. But sticking around Maze is also not a bad idea until the next ring is shown.
Agree, definitely. I think that either way, you're still actually good in your own spot. You don't need to worry much. Just wait it out. And at the same time, we do see some of the rotation-wise coming in from the teams. Refinery, the one thing about Refinery, right, is the best place is a really good spot for you to actually look out through every single corner, every single angle of your own safe zone to see which team is coming in, and they can actually try to gatekeep. But at the same time, you put yourself on the line and people can actually scout you out as well through that Refinery spot. But here on out, coming into the side of TE, Smoothies as well as Adam is the only 2 players to be surviving, and he's looking for the next one. He's trying to actually collect some of the coins so that he can be enough to actually revive back the rest of the team, but I don't think it's going to be easy for him as Homeboys also around the area right this instant, try to go into the safe zone. But going into Refinery, finally, GAT69 has put their spot on the refinery, and KTP Gambit share the same sentiment.
Yeah, and the only reason they're moving into refinery in the first place, they were actually holding the hill next to refinery.
Yeah.
They saw members rotating in, and they wanted to take the spot to deny them that space. But Vamos, they're quick on their feet, right? They're trying to split up the attention of GT as of right now while they slowly encircle the area.
Oh no, Vamos spread them around. This is a really good spot coming in from Vamos. They will be able to backstab and go in for the close combat on the left side. Here, Amisir has been caught out by KTZ. Shots him down straight away. Beautiful shots coming in from the side of KTZ. And at the same time, right this instant, KTP Gambit had to back things off. The fact that they were the one who tried to actually contest that refinery with the team of GAT69 ended up being meeting off with Team Vamos. And Vamos getting a lot of good shots. The Brent will be the only one to be surviving, and he's got to be careful. He has the vending machine, but he has been spotted out by one player of Homeboys. Instead, he only managed to get I Miss Her into the scene, but at least in the nick of time, at least there's still one more play to go.
Yeah, we still have to conclude this battle between Vamos and the rest of the members. Katizi manages to get back on his feet just in time here, but it's not looking too good because right now T69 controlling the entirety of the compound. And wait, hold on. I'm looking at their minimap and Todak wants to get involved too.
No, this is not looking so good. They slingshot themselves straight into the refinery. And T69, they had a really good shot. They had a really good numbers coming into Team Vamos. But at the same time, Toda right onto the top of the satellite. Is it going to be a good idea from Wings? I think Wings will be trying to gatekeep and as well try to fight with Team Vamos. On the note, traps right down below with Sensei. Try to go into the compound to meet up with the GAT69. Doesn't spot anyone. We'll be trying to break the glue wall first of all, one after another, melting it out. Chad is right on the right side, spot him out. Jan X also has been spotted out, shooting through the window. Doesn't get enough to take them down and putting out the glue wall as well to cover up so that the team of Toda will not be able to get in. And now Toda backs off away, doesn't want to overextend.
All right, T69 doing really well for themselves. And right now, Todak finding a position in the satellite is pretty good for them as the circle should be closing around refinery. Anybody on the outside of the refinery compounds, especially that north side, currently getting pelted with plenty of bullets. But Wings, if he can take down McRory, that would be so ideal for their spot.
Agree, definitely. They get the information already, but it's a little bit difficult to actually fight it off. On the other side of the area, we got Elite struggling to get into the zone because of Homeboy's disturbance and gatekeeping the zone. Alif has spotted them out. Right instant, they spotted out Sap. And unfortunately, Sap will be moving away. T69 has been eliminated by Homeboys. This is interesting, but on the other note right here, we do see Elite struggling to get in. Two players already been down. Looking for the next one. Doesn't see where is the Elite has been struggling to actually go in for the rotation. It's going to be Winzy all alone. Somebody slingshot straight into Winzy. Winzy will be eliminated by Far East at the 9th spot.
Okay, so with them out, this could give an opportunity. No, 21's already eliminated. Nah,
Yeah.
the codependency is ended for both of these teams, unable to get more points than they should. But Todak currently with 10 eliminations and not the current leaders right now, having a really good spot in refinery to gatekeep script shots and as well as T Esports.
Okay, 8 more teams to go. KTB Gambit also coming back with a full squad as well. So this is going to be even more difficult. Script shots, unfortunately losing Sleepy as well. And here on out, Wings spotted out Meals right here at the tower, takes him down instantly. And now it seems that Infernus will be trying a little bit even more desperation to actually fight off with KTP right outside of the corner. Refinery-wise, we do see most of the Toda teams are trying to go in for a fight. KTP has already been shut down, so that's going to be the end for them at the 8th spot. 7 more teams to go. Now Infernus will be pushing in right to the high heels, and Homeboys already slingshot themselves at the top.
Yeah, this is going to cut off Infernus from actually playing on the high ground. They're going to have to fight for it, and at very least just creep up on Homeboys' back, who are currently split into 2 as the Homeboys are looking to retreat. Oh, they've already got a single knock. They've got their reinforces just in time, and while they're still healthy, they have to maintain this position.
Ooh, Mikacha straight away go into 2 speed. Nicely done. One more play to go. He's been shot. He has to be careful. He goes in for another fight with Infernus, as it seems that Infernus will be eliminated immediately on the 7th spot.
Homeboys now having a structure to play with on the north side of the map. They don't necessarily have to be in refinery. Low key, this whole time has been under the radar. It looks like they're at full fighting strength. I think I see 4 symbols there, all overlapped each other. And even Vamos having a really tough time, split off from the rest of their teammates, having to deal with both Todak and as well as TE at the same time, but that script shot's going to get eliminated.
Ooh, nice shot coming in from wing side. Overlooking every single side. Raja will be scouting the area, goes in for a fight with the BOP. Elshank will be the one to be taken out. Now looking for Echo. Reku is hiding off inside. He backstab, goes in for a shot. 1, 2 shot, 3 shots. Doesn't get enough shot, but he has the help from Sensei with a launcher. Takes down BOP low-key straight away. I know. A little bit questionable, but at least you have the launcher in the hands.
Well, that's when you don't have a Snapdragon processor in your phone. That's how you know. The man could not hear the footsteps. Nobody calmed that their frontliner is already gone and he's about to turn the corner as well. Like, all of those things could have been solved straight away with our sponsors. But now, with Homeboys in a very good position, very vertical as well, can basically see a majority of the fights when they break out. And not to mention that Todak, they do notice that Terengganu Esports are hiding underneath the refinery. So that's 3 layers that they have to figure out.
No.
What?
What? Homeboys on the other side. They put themselves on another high ground, and now Toda gotta be careful. Earlier on, they are the kings of the high ground, but now Homeboys is gonna actually contest it out.
Okay.
Mac Rory still surviving, loving the fact that he get the triple glue wall straight away for the hideout, and he's also making sure that people does not go into his front side. But 4 teams still surviving. I think pretty much is all about the high contention. Whether or not Homeboys will be able to actually give a lot of pressure to the side of Toda, as well as those who are at the bottom. It seems that Alif is trying to scout out, and he might actually get the info inside of TE. Right in front is going to be Alif, beating off, putting out the glue wall first, but Easy will be the first one to be taken out by Alif. On the note, Yasir unfortunately managed to be held by Adam in the process, but 2 more players to go. TE right this instant going to go in for a fight with Homeboys. Alif still surviving, but no! Yasir being shut down. Now Adam left all alone. He's surviving inside the glue wall, but in the same process, Faiz does not allow it, and he will be able to take down the last man standing now, leaving only 2 more teams. Toda with a full score right this season, looking for that one player from Homeboys. Homeboys slingshot himself, but it's gonna be McRory who survived it out all alone here, hiding out from every single engagement.
And he has just stolen so many placement points for some of the other teams here. It's great for Vamos, terrible for everybody else. They still don't know where he is, but eventually, once this blue forces him out of that spot, he will have to reveal it.
Is either he actually surrendered to the safe zone, or Raja comes in for a fight. 1 shot, 2 shot, and that's going to be the end as Toda, 1 by 1, back-to-back booyah in their hands here for day number 2.
They're great at isolating fights. They're great at jumping at people and finding angles that unfortunately isn't exposing their backs to the rest of the lobby. And once again, we see them farm. Too many teams back off against them. Too many teams unable to hold out their own against a squad like this.
Agree, definitely. I mean, even when we do see that Homeboys try to actually bring the gunfight to the side of Toda for that long range, they were able to actually rotate back. They were able to actually pull through and try to find another position so that Homeboys will not be able to shut them down right at their own position, which is superbly amazing. I mean, that was a really good recovery coming in from the team Toda themselves. On the other note, Vamos. Oh, I mean, that was just nasty. He was just slick with surviving to that top 2 without being stepped or being scouted by anyone. Coming in from the highlights or even from the start out, I think TE had a really good run. I mean, they were really on fire to fight off with the team Homeboys, making that having a little bit difficulty from the side of Homeboys to survive it out, but they did manage to bring back life. But this is where the mistake comes through. They were overextending themselves straight to SSZ. Danny was all alone, and he managed to shut down 2 players all by himself.
I think this is one of those things where it just goes to show that there is going to be a player, maybe even a team that's going to be better than you, right? And the way that TE has been handling it is with raw firepower, man advantages, you know, the simple fundamentals of the game. But eventually, one headshot is going to be a difference maker between a 2v1 and a 1v1.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that, first off, refinery-wise, it was supposed to be in the hands of T69, but ended up they were the one who be shut down. I think most of the teams were also having the same idea, the fact that refinery is a good idea to actually hold the ground, get your own composure, and have the better upper hands to survive until the safe zone actually closes out. And most of the teams are also doing the same thing. Vamos was coming in as well. We got KTB Gambit also coming in, but that's where Vamos meeting off with KTB and Gambit was just shut down immediately. And even Infernus having a really good idea to rotate around, and Homeboys managed to shut them down instantly.
Yeah, I think what Todak is doing right now is to make sure that no stragglers are going to be left alive, and most importantly, teams that want to like really punish teams who take a simple trade. Oh, they're one man down, they're a 3-man, they're running away from, and they're trying to disengage. Not gonna happen. Todak has been leaping at pretty much everybody who's been looking at the outskirts in towards Refinery side. And as the ring got closer and closer towards Refinery, it became clearer to Todak that this is going to be the central area of war. We might as well clear off the areas that matter the most, which in that case was the hill before they took the southern side of Refinery.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that putting themselves right onto the satellite, despite they know for all of the location-wise of enemy, this is where they take a lot of the advantage, and most of the teams were not aware of it, and it was giving a lot of the points for the side of Todak to just shut them down instantly. We got highest kill by Wings with 9 again in his own hands. We got highest assist by Homeboys Luffy with 5, and then look at the glue destroyed. Even the total revival is much more higher compared to the rest of the map itself. 36 revival and 48 damage, not much compared to the damage we see from 50,000, but still it's a lot to the side of Todak itself. And look at this, 5,197 damage by Wings. If you want a guy to help you out, it's gotta be Wings to get that kills and win for yourself.
I mean, right now he's looking to be one of the better snipers in the lobby currently. He doesn't miss too many of his shots. You can tell by his accuracy, he's clearly doing better than everybody else when it comes down to headshots. Every 2 shots, there's a good likelihood he's gonna hit one of them in the dome. And if you're hoping he doesn't have an AWN, think again. He does not miss, and the rest of his team really backs him up, right?
Agreed.
Raja, Traps, as well as Sensei, all of them of which picking up some pretty decent numbers himself, Traps especially, but this time they did decide to go for a 2 Skylar, 2 Tatsuya lineup.
Okay, they switch up Kanta, and now they're going in for Skylar. I think that it doesn't matter what they're using for the characters, it's still actually good enough for them to actually rotate around, go in for the engagement, go in to crash off all of the glue walls and dash off to rush it out. I think it's really perfect. The fact that Wings and Traps is the one who goes in for a lot of the engagement, whether long range or short range, especially Traps. I gotta say, Traps, when it comes to the close range, is just superbly amazing with that Trogon.
Which is surprising, because I would imagine that he would want to pick up the Tatsuya.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I think he's also believing that he can buy the time of making that first engagement and holding out until the second round of Riptide Rhythms, or even the rest of the members, the reinforcements with the Tatsuya dashes to close the gap in case he is exposed. But now our top 3 teams of Kalahari goes over to Todak, Homeboys Conspiracy in second, and Team Vamos in third.
Wow, 12,000 damage coming in from Todak here for the map Kalahari. It's like as if they say, this is our map, this is the one. They actually dominated really good. Homeboys, on the note, I think that this is also a better performance coming from them compared to what they've done like just previously from the map Purgatory. I think there's a reason why they're better right here. This is also another map that they actually really prefer more. Going into the top weapons, Trogon still are the popular ones. We got AWM, we got AC-80, but it seems that M79 is not in the list.
Yep. I mean, it's Kalahari, right?
Yeah.
You know, everybody's going to have a long-range weapon, and if it's a rifle, it just doesn't feel as good compared to having an AWM, or even, I would even make the argument for the AC-80 for that Team Vamos has gotten access to, right? If you don't have an AWM, just have a sniper rifle on hand.
Agree, definitely. This is a map that you really want to actually utilize all the long-range shot, and we've seen so far a lot of the times that most of our top teams try to actually go in for the long-range engagement, and it's really doing well. 24 kills in Todak. That means they got 30 plus points here for the round standings.
I know we looked a little bit different, but that's just a bit of a magic trick. Don't worry about it. Our next map is going to be coming back up soon, but yeah, I think that as of right now, based on the number of elimination points that we roughly got to saw, we can say that I can confidently say top 3 seems very, very secure at this point of time, especially if they're already breaking closer and closer to the 25-point mark.
Agree, definitely. I mean, I think this is the highest Todak has ever gotten. 36 points! Wow, I think nobody ever gotten the highest points. Even day number 1, we can't top that. 36 by Toda themselves here for match number 5. Homeboys with 28. We got 18s by Vamos. TE, I'm loving the fact that they are doing well. This is a really good highlight for them. I mean, I know it's not going to be easy. It's not a point where they can be able to just jump into top 6 or top 3, but at least it's a highlight for the team of TE as well at the 14 points. Scriptshots with 10 and BOP Low-Key with 10 points.
Everybody else under the top 3 is really struggling right now, and I think, you know, everybody still has that fear in mind. If I meet one of these top 3 squads, there's a good chance that I'm going to be bowing out of this tournament with 0 points off of the map, and every one of these maps matters. So I think that collectively, everybody underneath that top 3 need to make a decision of punishing third-party invaders, right? If you are having your own squad v squad, pull back and really get a lay of the land before you start hammering down on your correct targets.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that we were talking about the top 4, top 5 might be able to change things around at the overall standing. But looking at Elite, this is the one team that right at the top 4 and top 5, the more that they're actually decreasing with their points, this is where the fine line that maybe top 3, just like you said, they're already securing themselves, and it's not going to be easy for those who are going in for the challenge season. But then again, we're still looking forward to see who will be going right for the tickets, as well as those who are going home with the money prize pool of 1,250. Match number 6 is coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere. Keep on liking, keep on sharing.
Here we go!
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series here for Free Fire Season 5. We're on to our 6th match here. Good thing that you guys are waiting to listen to the banger playlist that we have here on this SPS, especially during the waiting lobbies. But we're going to head on over to the high heights of Alpine.
We're going back to the map that Chris did amazing job for the starter, and then they did manage to actually do a good redemption on match number 4 because they got the 2nd place as well. But then, right this instant, it seems that Chris is struggling as well going into match number 5. But match number 6, Alpine, is it going to be the same case for their rotation, or is it going to be a little bit different?
Well, I feel like Chris might be able to repeat that process once again because, again, we did start off with Alpine today for our rotation, and now that we're back here again, I don't think too many adjustments are going to be made for the top 3, so this might just be Chris's way to kind of sneak under and maybe get a top 3 finish.
I do agree on that because the fact is, most of the time we do see that Chris, whenever they be able to actually maneuver around their rotation-wise on their drop spot, if they don't contest, it could be a good start for them. If they have a contest earlier on the match, it's not going to be easy. That's the reason why most of the time they're struggling and they're actually staggering around, and they had to actually pull through and revamp again their whole entire gameplay. So hopefully this is going to be a really good startup for Chris as well. But on the other note, going into the top teams right here at this match number 6, as the flight path is already flown, we have Toda still at the snowfall and nobody is contesting them again. And it seems this is going to be a good favor from the side of Toda. But they're quite close by. Garrison on the side of KTP Gambit. That could be a case if the safe zone actually have on the side of them. They might be meeting off, but then again, maybe not. But moving on to the railroad as well. We got 3 teams right on their side, and this is going to be T Esports, SSZ, as well as Elite.
All right, let's see what the early engagements is going to look like towards Railroad side, because I'm seeing 3 squads involved. 2 will take first early engagement, but then TE is going to get involved, and maybe from Carousel side and as well as Sun side, we might see Elite get involved, right? Not a lot of teams actually wanted to stick around the center of the map, especially on first ring, but things might have just changed after we played the rotation.
Oh, why Ahans were right at the open, very easily been taken down, and on the process we do see Eagle was shut down by the team of GAT60, and Toda meeting up with them takes down Oots as well. Great job coming in from Raja, getting 2 elimination already. Now Zen is looking for Chad. He spotted out 1, he sprays it out, and Chad moves away right down below. But at the same time, Zen gotta be careful. There's a backup coming in from Jens as well right down below. So that is a good idea of coming in from the GAT69. But at the same time, I don't think Toda is gonna let them off that easily. I think there's a possibility, despite Jens going up to the rooftop, Raja is right there. He goes in for the open fire, but at the same time, that's not gonna be a good idea. The fact that you are actually inviting Toda to come into you. But Gen X jumps down below, gonna do a surprise attack, spotted out Raja, he goes in for the backstab, 1 shot, 2 shots, not gonna be enough, glue wall right for the both side, but at the same time, Zen comes in for the back, and Jens will be shut down.
Interesting. It looks like Todak swapped out one of their members here for Zen, and now we're looking cutting back over to TE. Looks like against Scripps, it hasn't been finished just yet. Sleepy is able to find Smoothies, turning the corner and even securing the elimination. A 3v, possibly 2, possibly 3. It's tough to say.
Ooh, nice. Using the launcher straight away to Ace Easy. He did get some damage, but at the same time, Easy got to be careful there. 2 players right in front. It's going to be Kaz and Sleepy. Adam will be backing things up. But right at the corner straight away, Ace Easy was shut down immediately, and Sleepy gets away with it.
Yep, it looks like it's just a 2v2 now in the Railroad compound with the 3rd member of Scripps on the outside. Danny spots out Smoothies, chunks him down, and gets the knock.
Wow. What a good shot coming in from Danny. I mean, a little bit too open to my taste, but again, that's going to be a good idea from the side of TE. But TE did bring back Smoothie straight away in the corner for that revival. But at the same time, right there, since the Sleepy is not done, he's trying to do some damage. Yazid will be taken out by the one and only Kaz. And Adam also being shut down by Sleepy. A great recovery coming in from SSZ.
Yep, they find it really, really quickly as well. Was Yazid the only one just on his knees? Can't do much about that. While SSZ, they know they're not leaving anytime soon. Might as well have some fun. But it looks like another engagement is happening across the map here as we come on over to the Homeboys Conspiracy, taking out members one by one from TE.
Looking good so far from the side, and we do see there's a lot of gunfights coming in from the side of Vamos as well with the BOP Loki, as Shan is still left all alone right on the second floor. Legaloth will spot him out straight away to shoot him out. 50% left to go. Legaloth unfortunately doesn't manage to connect the dot, and he was the one who'd been taken out. But still, we got the rest of the Vamos coming in for a fight. Glue Wall as the hider, but he goes in for a fight with Shan. One more shot to go, and it's going to be KDZ who brings it back.
Yep, pulling it back. Great recovery coming in from Vamos' side. Unfortunate for Legaloth indeed. If he had Mini Uzi, he'd probably get the kill. But
True.
In the meantime, Loki taking so much damage. Oh, wait, hold on. Even the one remaining member who's supposed to revive the rest of the squad falls into contact with Todak on the north side of Ocean View.
Okay, Echo spotted out by June. June is coming in. Rory also right in front. Shots coming through. Glue Wall will be taken out, but it's going to be Rory who takes down Echo. But he was able to actually bring back BOP Shan all by himself. So this is going to be the last man standing, the last hope.
Okay, great. He's going to be on towards the northern side. Snowfall currently occupied by KTPGT. He has to go on the outskirts, because if not, he's going to get spotted out through the compound. The Blues are going to come on in, but at least for the very first circle of the game, it's quite generous. It's right smack in the middle, so everybody has access to it.
Agree. And Toda, once they actually fight it off with the team, is going to actually meet off with Team Vamos. They're not done yet with taking down Team BOP Loki. They meet off with Toda. As Toda having a little bit of difficulty to try to actually go in for the third party, ended up having been shut down. Homeboys on the note is preoccupied with the team of SSZ. I think the fact that Toda was trying to go in for the third party, but it was a little bit too late because BOP Loki was already shutting out, was already moving away, and we got Infernus spotted out 21 from the distance and tried to shoot them out, but it was just not enough. And TE will be the first team to be wiped out and sent to the lobby on the 12th spot.
Oh, unfortunate. It looks like their aggressive ways finally getting punished at the very end. They met the Apex Predators and they got the teeth. And now from the southern side of Vantage, 21 need to figure out a way to get into the ring, right? They sent one of their members initially, got blasted out of the sky. They're going to do it again, this time not in the same angle though, closer towards Bridge to make it into the mainland and hopefully make their way to base camp. We'll see in a little bit, because I do see a team just not too far away from the T69, just a little bit off to the west side.
Oh, okay. Let's see. 21 getting closer to the GAT69. Toda on the note still not done yet with Vamos as Legaloth takes down Sensei. I think that every movement that Toda tries to do ended up being in the favor of Vamos, meeting them off straight away. And this is where we are seeing a little bit different of rotation coming in from our top teams. On the other note, we got Elite meeting off with Infernus, fighting off at the outside zone. Toby putting out the glue wall straight away as Winzy was the one to be shut down. Kapato has been spotted out, but at the same time, Ryu spotted out Toby, try to shoot him out, but at the same time, he has to pull away a little bit because his health is already depleting. Oh, launcher been put out right there, and there you go. You're down by the launcher.
Should have committed to the med kit there.
Yeah.
Repositioning twice and canceling it twice cost him his life there. Victory goes down in the lead. Now having 4 eliminations, about to turn that into 6. Have their backs absolutely clear on this side of the map. They probably don't want to come back to docks. They want to most likely make their way in towards Sunside or base camp to start finding a position in the ring.
All right, Deco's all alone. I mean, I do agree on the fact that you kind of commit to that, seriously. The fact that you had the opportunity to re-heal yourself, medkit yourself, and in the end you were questioning it, was actually having a doubtful moment. That's when you got being punished by your teams. On the other note, right here, Homeboys going into the safe zone straight away, right at the carousel. I think that they're quite safe right here. Don't need to worry much, as the only teams that is actually quite close by to them is going to be the team of GAT69 if they rotate from that sun side. On the other note, we do see some of the gunfights coming in right here from the KTP Gambit, meeting off with the team of Kuris, as we see that Achab is already already been taken out. Yasuo has been spotted out by Vix. Vix trying to go in for a fight, but it's going to be I Miss Her as well as Yasuo been picked up. But Brent, right in the scene, has also been shut down. I Miss Her has already been picked up by the same process, been taken out again. Yasuo all alone, trying to fight with Riz. Riz moves away as quickly as possible, but backstab comes through. He survived. Unfortunately, the teams of GTB or KTB Gambit is now already picking up every single one of them, and this is not a good idea for the team of Chris.
And this is what I was talking about, that the lobby generally is pretty much decided by the mechanics here. The decision-making being done by the Chris members, unfortunately not fast enough, right? He probably should have Tatsuya dashed right into the building and then started to jiggle peek in case they wanted to go for a revive. That's pretty much the only way he could have done it, if not just sit with a medkit. Because no matter what, he needed to medkit anyways, and to be able to close that distance fast enough for his opponent probably wasn't going to be ideal. So now recovery for Chris, KTP GT. 5 eliminations at hand and full fighting strength as well, owning a large chunk of the map, but they still haven't made a step foot in the ring just yet.
Agreed, definitely. They're pretty much all trying to go in for those fights right on the outside zone. It's really good on the side of KTB JT though, because they're giving a lot of pressure for those who try to go into the safe zone. But at the same time, right this instant, we have Vamos still with the ongoing fight, still not giving up just yet to hold down the team of Toda. Zen will be the one to be shut down. Sensei right in the open, Legolas spot him out, and Sensei try to pick things up, and he put out with the launcher, giving a lot of damage, but at the same time, Sensei will still survive it out, but unfortunately, Zen has already been denied by Legolas, and that's gonna give a lot of pressure for Team Toda.
Perfect. Portal go as they send 2 members down to try and clean up the rest before they can touch the revive points. McRory finds 1 into Raja. If he can get 1 more, they have a green light to actually fight the rest of the team, as we do see that low key is able to get back up to full fighting strength. You see that Todak split into 2 different directions just to keep distractions off of one of the players.
Okay, let's see. It seems that Portal has been spotted out by June. Juice goes in for the dash. He waits it out. Spotted out Sensei, but Sensei having a lot of damage with the throw! And there you go. The launcher just punished even more for the Todak players.
Todak can still revive here. Chris is going to get eliminated at 10th, and now we're expecting to see the squads get eliminated faster and faster as Vamos looks to find a position into the next ring. We look at the last 2 remaining Todak member looking for the revive, but Elite now right in the faces of Vamos as they are launching their way out of there.
Oh, okay. And we do see that Vamos already spotted out Elite as well. One after another being shot down. 12 kills already in the hands of Vamos, but he's been denied. Elite giving a lot of pressure, and there you go. Kapato comes in for a fight with Legolas. Spotted out McRory. He gets some damages, but at the same time, Rory also turned the favorites, but Rory will be the one who will be shut down by Carl Pato, and Elite is just popping out of nowhere.
Good shots coming in from Elite. Now with the 8 eliminations and full control over the southern side of the map, they can start walking in and force Vamos into the next war that's happening just outside of Militia.
Oh, all right. June has been spotted out by Toby. Elite knows for a fact they don't want to mess things up already. They are right down at the bottom, and they don't want to miss out the opportunity to be at top 3, because right now they are at the top 4, so they still need a lot to catch things up. At the same time, Vamos, as they were doing so well, now they're having a little bit difficulty with only 2 players to be surviving. BOP, low-key, right this instant, meeting off with the team of KTP Gambit, loses their teammates, ended up leaving only Novax all by himself. Brand is right behind him, and he jumps up right to the rooftop and try to survive it out, but it seems that KTP Gambit saw him, gets the information, and try to wait it out. But Novax, on the other note, he needs to survive it out. The outside zone is getting more painful, and KTP Gambit says that, you know what, let him be. We're just going in for the safe zone.
Yeah, the final ring, not a lot of spaces to kind of hunker down here. You're going to have to play on the outside. Wings was able to bring back his teammates in the meantime, but we need to see that Script Shots wins out this fight against Vamos, right? They are currently men down. They can still try. They finally find the knockdown onto Cartesi, but here comes the Riptide Rhythms on the opposite side, as we do see KTP GT coming hot. The Yasuo turning the corner, gets knocked, still SSC eliminated at 9th.
8 more teams to go. Vamos, we still have June all by themselves. I mean, the fact that they have been so aggressive from the start of this game to a point that they're leaving only one more player. Homeboys on the door, Mikacha will be taken out by 21 as we see Luffy still surviving. He's moving back away to the side of Team Toda as well as Luki. Looking towards the side of Far East, and it seems that somebody is also shooting from his side. It's going to be Sensei right on top of that tower. This is going to be tricky. Loving the fact that Toda has actually reproducing or even repeating their tactics, going onto the high ground, getting the better upper hand for them to actually shut down any players.
Right now, they're playing for placement points,
Yeah.
right? Because again, they're not exactly the most well-looted in the world, and worst yet, they just came off of a fresh revive from Wings, right? Wings
Yeah.
already out for the count, right? So everybody else just praying for positioning. It's not like they have a lot of util to work with. Even Vamos Jun, he's trying to play for positioning. And 21, this might just be their moment, right? They can sweep the rest of this map.
Definitely with their full squad ahead. Spotted out Team Homeboys, quite preoccupied with the side of Toda. Far East will be taken out, and that's going to be the end, has been shut down by 21. Always putting their hands into the jar, making a lot of disturbance. And Toda, unfortunately, having struggled, they're out at the open and has already been spotted out by 21. And Aryan also overlooking to the other side, giving a lot of pressure. Elite as well as the KTP Gambit is right in front. And Toda, eliminated at the 4th place, is giving a really good hope for the rest to actually get a booyah for themselves.
21 is in a phenomenal position, right? They have a natural piece of structure that covers actually a good chunk of their team, right? They have a place to fall back to, and to commit to a position like this would include a lot of nades. And I don't know about KPT. At this point, they have a rock that they want to play with, but it's on the outside of that ring. We do see that Elite does find a little chalet just on the outside, inside the ring.
Wow, okay. This is actually quite good from the side of Elite though. But then again, this is where the fine line of which team will go in for the fight. Earlier on, we do see that Infernus made a little bit mistake when they go in for the overextension. And this is where most team will learn from those mistakes and they try to actually just wait it out. And Zone is closing in just in the nick of time, probably within the 5 seconds or 5 minutes. And then we do see that the team of KTB Gambit just slowing things down. There's a lot of grenade been thrown out on their side, but it's not going to be relieving or even reaching to the side of Team Elite yet.
Oh, I don't know about this because picks are coming all through the board and coming in for 21 being the biggest nuisance here. And now 21 double Riptide Rhythms here on towards them. Yasuo is down. I missed her so very low. And now we look at Elite who's also joining in on this.
No, they're ganging up against KTV Gambit. This is not looking so good. Oh, shots coming through, and now Brent will be left all alone to be surviving, and that's going to be the end for KTV Gambit. Now, Elite versus 21. Only one player left to be surviving. Shamim, grenades been thrown out, giving a lot of pressure, but Kapato goes in for the dash. He goes in for a fight with Shamim. 1v1 situation is going to be the end as Winzy who gets the kill instead, giving this next booyah in the hands of Team Elite.
Elite does it, finally! This is going to be big for them. Momentum on their side and a pretty large kill count game as well. This is going to be the motivation boost that they need.
Agreed, definitely. I mean, the fact that they were the one who tried to mess things up at the top 4, top 5, and yet they have been denied one by one of the matches. But here on out, finally booyah in their hands. Great job coming in from Team Elite.
They've been doing okay. They've had their ups and downs for sure, but this time around, a lot of good decisions were being made. Elite now understanding, hey, if 21 decides to lean towards us, we don't have to shoot back. We just have to make sure that our opponents on the opposite side with a bigger rock needs to go down first.
Agree, and I like the fact that they already saw that Team 21 was already preoccupied with the team of KDB Gambit, and they take advantage of this. Like, why don't we team up with them for a while? Let's just take down those who are at the center, and that was a good idea. Why waste time? Why actually make it even more difficult for you when you can actually have that opportunity between you and the next team that's still surviving? So that was a really good motion coming in from the team of Elite. But this is where the fine line of Charis was actually questionable. You did talk about how Charis could have actually just dashed away as fast as possible, reviving your teammate, but then again, it was not in nick of time to a point that Charis was surviving all alone. And Vamos, one of the teams that has been performing well and consistent with the kill points, that could actually give even more boost up for the team. Toda, however, there was a lot of engagement to a point that I think that's where it comes a point where most of the teams are enraged and they're quite angry with the fact that Toda has been doing superbly amazing throughout the 3 matches, they wanted to deny it. And Vamos was the key that made it even more difficult for Todak to move around on this map.
Yeah, every single time they wanted to make it their way in, they were basically just blocked by a majority of the Vamos members.
Yeah.
And their raw firepower is enough to pre-deter a lot of the teams, right? We look at the game summary and it also says the exact same thing. A lot of teams were struggling to make it into the ring, taking a lot of knockdowns and a lot of damage on their way.
Agreed, definitely. Highest kill coming in from Sep 22 E-Lead with the highest assist by 21 Aryan. We got a really good high glue destroy 123 and revival of 37. I think this is by far one of the most aggressive from each angle that we see here from this map number 6.
I have to agree with you, right? It's one of those. I think that teams have definitely adjusted a lot better for these endgame rings. I do think that the rings were a little unlucky with the way that they pulled overall, but that's just part of the game, right?
Yeah.
I do think that it's a little unlucky for Todak because I felt like they got the worst part of it.
Agreed.
Because they have the same thinking along the same lines of Vamos. If we move in this direction, if the ring pulls this direction, we want to move in that direction. But Elite, on the other hand, they came from the western side, the eastern side of the map, and they were there for a good amount of time, having a pretty bad early engagement, recovering from that, and still sneaking in from the northern side.
Agree, definitely. That's where we see that they are on a better advantage as well as a really good condition on themselves. Going into the highest damage is going to be Sep 22 with 3,028 damage and 7 kills. Not far behind is going to be Winzy with 4 kills. We got Toby and Kalpato 3 and 2 kills. Not too shabby. I gotta say, this is one of the best performances of Elite for this match number 6.
Yep, 16 eliminations as just elimination points. It's going to be so big for them on top of that Booyah that would technically put them pretty high up. But I am curious about their composition. It looks like they're going for the traditional triple Tatsuya and making sure that they can break down glue walls with Skylar.
I mean, with the passive aggressiveness that we see so far, I mean, it's not too aggressive, but with the Tatsuya, I think pretty much, again, this is what we've talked about from along the line of all the teams. They have the Tatsuya in their hands. It's not pretty much for the rush. It's just for any kind of moments that they need to actually dash away from any kind of emergency points. And this is where we see most of the teams are actually performing well. But at the same time, Team Elites, when the moment they saw that 21 only left with 2 more players, that rush motion coming in from Team Elite was just superb.
It was. And our top 3 teams of this game is going to be Elite at number 1, KTP Gambit at number 2, and 21 at number 3. We don't see any of our invited teams this map this time.
Yeah, great job coming in from our open qualifiers teams. They're popping off and making sure that at least they have their names right here for the last endings of our day number 2. But again, I'm questioning whether or not that 16 kills inside the hands of Elite with the Booyah in their hands, is it going to be enough for them to boost themselves from that top 6 to the top 4, fighting off with 21? Because 21 still have a lot of damage been put out here for game number 6. Going into top weapons, again, Trogans, we got Woodpecker, we got Groza, we got MP511, as well as the rest. Grenade popping off right here for KTB Gambit with 2 kills.
Yup, the grenade, a vicious weapon. Vicious weapon, man. Can't count it out. But I do think it's interesting that 21 is one of the few teams that consistently picks up the Groza here. And
Yeah.
there have been changes to the Groza. Whether or not that makes it like an S tier weapon probably isn't going to compare to a shotgun or an AWM at the end of the day. But I just love the fact that when we look at Elite, you can see the evolution of the weapons that their sniper picked up.
Yeah, all of the snipers in the hands of Elite, all of it is all pretty much for the long range of Team Elite, and that's the reason why pretty much we see a better engagement here for this matchup.
And I think as long as they keep it long range, so far it's been working out a lot better for them. It just goes to show that there are different rules that you play by if you're an outside or an inner team, and I feel like they have to making some. Actually, if they can figure out where these final rings are supposed to be and plant themselves much earlier on, really take advantage of your long range capabilities and hurt players walking in or out.
Agree, definitely. I think that's the note that we have to actually put out, because the fact is, pretty much most of the Elite rotation-wise is in the favor because of the fact that they have the better upper hand on fighting off from the outside zone. Now, going into the round standings, we do see definitely points are going into the side of Elite with 28 points, KTB Gambit with 22 points, 21 with the 21 points. Very irony right there. With 4th place going into Team Vamos with 19, Toda with 12, Script Shots with 10 points.
Big points coming in for our top 3 this time round. I mean, looking at it, even Todak was struggling. 12 points. Vamos, I think, definitely jacked a good number of their downs in their very few engagements, making sure that that 7 kill score difference is going to be what's allowing them to catch up to that number 1 spot. But then we start jumping over to people like Scripps, for an example, and even for some of the teams on that second page, it's like 10, 9, 8, 6, 4, 1, and 1. Really, if you don't find that early engagement, we're not going to see that snowball in the later half of the set.
Agree. And we are seeing the same patterns coming in right here from the bottom of the second page. BOP Loki with 8 points, Infernus, Chris, TE. I mean, this is the same teams that we are seeing struggling right on the overall standings. You guys are not going to get to see it anymore because we're going to keep it a surprise till the end of match number 8. So please stay tuned. If you guys want to actually do some numbers, you're going to do a mathematic better than me, you guys can actually check out the round standing. But so far, we're going to keep it low until the end. Match number 7 coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Keep on liking, keep on sharing. We'll be back right after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Here we go!
Here I go. Here I go.
And we're already back. Thank you once again to our DJs here at SPS. We have a live DJ here playing the music for you guys on the waiting lobbies, keeping you guys entertained before we get into match number 7. Our current match happening in Nextera once again. Are we going to see a bit of a repeat here from script shots, or are we expecting our invited teams to not make it into top 3?
I mean, I like the fact that we're moving into map Nextera because this is the map where we see a lot of scrimmage coming in from the early rounds. I mean, like going to the Grave Lab, we got TE, we got KTP Gambit, as well as the team of GAT69 going up against each other. There was really fast game indeed, and then that's the when we do saw that the moment where Team TE was having a little bit struggle to that point because they know for a fact they're jumping on the same spot of Grave Lab, but didn't expect that they were going to be shut down too earlier on. But this is something that they need to know when it comes to going into this next match. Are they actually going to land on the same spot again, or are they going to avoid it out? Moving into Intellect Center, this is where we saw Toda Infernus was all alone, not being held up by anyone whatsoever. But the moment when they were actually picked up, they were managed to able to shut down anyone who comes in through. But the moment when they try to actually cross the bridge, the team of Vamos was shutting them down.
So that's what we have to keep in mind for our upcoming match. People who are dropping into hot zones like Intellect Center, for an example, or even Grab Labs, those might just be the 2 hottest ones coming into this match. Let's quickly have a look at the flight path of Nextera just to keep you guys up to date. This looks like the players are already coming out fast on that northern side. Intellect Center already getting taken care of by Infernus. It looks like the same drop zone, Rush Town still by Todak, but 21 have changed a little bit. It looks like they've got a bit of a split.
Okay, let's see. You're gonna meet off with Elite, so that's gonna be.
What the heck? Where is Zen going?
Okay, this is very interesting. Why Toda Zen is separated so far at the southern compared to the rest of the Toda right on the right side of the map. Going in back to the team of Elite as they meet off with the 21. They did manage to shut down one of the plays, but Kapato meeting off with Yasta. Shots coming through. Glue wall will be put out, and it seems that Kapato moves back away from those gunfight, and he will be trying to actually heal himself. But Yasta already prepared with the throw gun, try to shoot him out, and he also has some damages. Kapato comes in, one-on-one, face on up, and there you go. Kapato goes down straight in the hands of Yasta.
Good free fire, but here comes the Infernus scout looking at the member in the open. Oh, we don't get to even watch it. Does he find the knockdown? Does he not? We'll never know. But Elite, with only one member standing, trying to leave the area, trying to revive his members. He sees the mark, but he doesn't see the 21 member. They just pass by each other. They don't know.
Oh no, what? Is he invisible or what? I don't think so. Shaman didn't realize it at all. And at the same time, we do see that 21, they're not going to actually finish off with just the team. They're going to actually meet off with the team of Infernus, who comes along for the third party. Managed to shut down Yasta first of all. And we do see that Elite managed to bring back Sep 22. And as the same process, we do see that the Infernus is roaming around, scouting each and every single angle to fight off with the 21 players.
I love it. Infernus made the smarter decision here. They knew they were going to get locked up in Intellect Center if they stuck around, and now they're taking on the members. They found the second member of 21, looking for a third as they back away. 2 living members of 21 get to walk away to maybe revive the rest of the squad.
Oh, liking the fact that Infernus is getting aggressive even more further, but along the line, we do see that 21 still surviving. They managed to bring back the whole entire squad. Shamim is going to actually survive along the way from the side of anyone, because the fact that they know they are running away from Elite, they're running away from Infernus. So the only question right now is how they want to actually regroup back without being spotted out by any enemy.
You know, speaking of which, looking at the rest of the map, right?
Yeah.
Looks like at this point I was about to mention, low-key, might be in some trouble here. It looks like Vamos takes them out without too much issue.
Wow, that was quick. Just at the nick of time. BOP Loki will be the first one to be wiped out at the 12th spot by Vamos. Early on, we do see that at this area of Gravelot, it was supposed to be the side of Team TE with KT, with KTP Gambit, as well as the team of GAT69. But it seems that Vamos securing every single way, and they might actually meet off with Team TE, who already moved themselves away from Gravelab. But at the same time, there's going to be GAT69 waiting for them. But moving along, focusing on the side of KTP Gambit, meeting off with Chris yet again. As I miss her, having a little bit difficulty. They're having a lot of damage, but they're coming through. One player already been knocked down. Moving with the wrist side is going to be Vix, who managed to shut down another player. Meeting off Yasuo! Great shot of that long, but unfortunately was already been traded off as well. Now leaving only Shin all by himself for the team of KTB Gambit. Spotted out Chris. Riz coming in for a fight for the close combat. Shots coming through. He put a glue wall right in between. But at the same time, he dashed away. He survived it out. But unfortunately, KTB Gambit will be eliminated straight away by Team Chris.
How annoying is this, man? You can see like the electrotherapy is still going while he is turning the corner. He is gaining life as he is swinging. Really frustrating to deal with, but now already with a singular knockdown and the elimination, Smoothies tries his best while the rest of the GAT69 members will eliminate him too. But all this sound has caused Vamos to start creeping up on their eastern side. Now we cut back to the southern side, right? Wait, hold on, no. Looks like it's going to be a full engagement. Jun wasn't the only one who's coming. McRory, Kathizi, and Legoloth running up the riverbank.
Oh no, T69 not looking so good. They started really good for the side with the team of TE, but now, as they move along, Team Vamos is going to continue the gunfight. As they spotted out Chad, try to do some damage, but Chad managed to move the way. But Cat Easy catch up with it. Chad tried to use the slingshot, but it was not enough time. Clears him out immediately, and now T69 left with Oos all by himself to survive, and Eagle has managed to move away from the area of the damage as Vamos shuts down 3 players.
Vamos just really taking advantage of this lobby, really just scouting out, hey, if one of the invited teams are all going to be on the northern side, we're going to just start on the southern side and make our way up.
This is not looking so good. Eagle going in straight, looking forward to see if it's going to be enough of his looting to fight it off and actually survive and revive back the teammate. But it's not enough though. Going to script shots right here, meeting off with Homeboys. Far East as well as Sleepy was been traded off, but Danny with Mikata meeting off with each other. Danny will be the next one to be taken out, and now looking for the next one. Clears up for the kills as Homeboys managed to shut down a couple of players of script shot. They're still waiting for the next one as Cars managed to bring back Sleepy. They haven't met up with the rest of them. This is where we see that the Grave Lab with literally 0 gravity giving a lot of pressure for those who tries to go in, and they ended up moving away to fight with Homeboys. But Homeboys does not let it up. Chasing after Case right here. Luffy chasing after him, takes him down immediately, giving 1 more point for Team Homeboys.
Yep, marked for death. There's no way he was good. The Homeboys were going to let him walk away from that. We did see T69 end up being eliminated in 10th place. Now with 9 squads remaining, Homeboys will face off against Vamos after they deal with the last remaining member, Mules from Scripps.
Mules all alone. He tried to survive it out, put it out 2 glue walls right in front, but it's not going to be enough as Luffy sticking together with Aleph right this instant. Vamos also giving a little bit of disturbance right this instant. Goes out. Luffy was taken out by Mules, but now Vamos comes in for the third party 2 players, making sure that he will take the kill and steal it off from the hands of Homeboys. But in the process, right this instant, Fai is still surviving. Legaloth tried to catch in against Faiz, but nope, that slingshot is not going to make sure that Homeboys survive it out.
Yep, and while all of this was happening, Mika ends up being the next one to fall in line of sight from where that launch was. But we do see that Mika is still on the run here, trying to pull away as many Vamos members and maybe getting a revive in time. Yes, he does get the revive on the 2 members. This was worth it for him to sacrifice his life for.
Yep. At least giving back the hopes, and even with the launcher, KTZ will only get the kill for himself, and that's going to be enough. At least Homeboys managed to turn things around at least just a little bit before the sacrifice been done. It's not going to be in vain. Coming into the side of the safe zone, we do see that TE right into the boxing gym. They're quite safe with Elite, but the one that we are going to actually focus on is going to be Chris meeting off with Homeboys who just came back alive. And Chris, they know for a fact this is the opportunity they have to seize in. Vix meeting off with Aleph. Aleph dashed away from the fight, but meet off with Riz instead, and Aleph was taken out.
Nicely done. Nicely done by Chris. Despite being marked for death, they still come up with 7 eliminations. It's looking much better for Chris this time around, despite not being able to have like a successful early game engagement, but they did get a couple of eliminations off of it. We do see another squad be getting eliminated here, and Infernus actually coming back to full fighting strength. Now Vamos looking down towards Torak's side. They get the drop on them, but they don't find a singular pick. They're going to use a portal go. He's going right on top of the Snapdragon Pro Series poster. He's going to be looking down. They've got all the angles covered.
Oh, nice. I like the fact that Legaloth already getting the input on the side of Toda, but T is also on the scene right at the open. Shots 1, shots 2. Zen will be taken out first of all. At the same time here, T got to be careful. They're trying to actually utilize the motion, but no! A lot of the glue wall being cleared out. This is it. This is not going to be easy from TE. They're in the midst of Toda fighting off with Vamos, and Vamos is just utilizing and take advantage of the situation.
And Raja, he jumps right on into the middle of the mix. Does he not realize that Ace is there? They find Ace straight away. Wings is trying his best, but Vamos is pushing the rest of the Todak members out. They have to take the spot.
Oh, Wings running away for dear life. The fact that he was the one who's going to go in for a fight with Vamos. And we do see that Chris try to spot out Toda. Sensei is right in front of him into the compound. And we do see Adam, the only one to survive, has been spotted out by Ehins. And that's going to be the end for Terengganu Esport at the 8th spot. And now living up to Vamos, Toda, as well as the rest of Chris right on the left corner. It seems that the team of Vamos is not giving up. They know for a fact that it's either they fight at the outside. So Jun meeting off with Wings, one-on-one right this instant. Blue wall been put up from one corner to another, and he knows where he spotted out Wings. He's gonna go in for the shot. Was not gonna be enough, but at least he did manage to actually get a hold of the situation and manage to shake him off. But at the same time, he tried to heal himself. Launch in the hands, gets it done, but it's not gonna be enough as Wings managed to pull through and re-heal himself.
Alright, unable to deny it. He's still trying to chip away Wings to force him into a close engagement. Wings hits the headshot of a lifetime against Jun.
Wow, that was a really good move, despite that June was the one who goes in. But here on out, Rory gonna finish the dot as Toda left all alone right here. Vamos, McRory right in front. Legloth also being shut down. Try to play with the outside zone. It's not gonna be enough though, but he's trying to actually find a way to go in for a fight. But Wings takes down June immediately. Rory, on the other note, has backed away from the fight, realizing that it's better to just survive right now as playing off to fight with the team of Toda.
I hate the fact that you can loot on the opposite side of the wall.
Yeah.
From 1 med kit to 3, looks like he'll be able. Jun is going to be able to hold out for just a little bit longer here. Wings comes back for round 2. McRory, he's got to land this. He's got to land this shot. They've been trading places all day today. Wings being the last member. Same goes for McRory. Only one of these squads will prevail.
Oh, he managed to bring back Lagaloth. So now, 11 kills already in hands. Wings right at the top. Looking towards McRory, good shot. No, he missed another shot, but he did manage to get the first shot and the third shot. Third time's the charm, and there you have it. Takes down Rory, and he brings back the whole entire squad back into this match number 7.
Such an important shot. He could have taken his time to go straight for the headshot, but
True.
man, at least he got the knock. That was the most important part here. Now Legoloth, he does come back, but there's not a lot to work with here. He is right in front of a Mart of his own. Does he have enough to bring back the whole squad? Not yet, but luckily there's some currency nearby.
Yeah, at least he could bring back at least 2 players or 1 player coming back. It's going to be Matt Rory to be the one to bring back here. 21 already spot him out. Legaloth is right on the nick of pick right this instant if he tries to go into the safe zone. But it seems that as they try to slingshot, is going to be taken out by 21 at the 7th spot.
Unfortunate. 21 still holding the outside of this ring as closely to the blue as possible. They're not tanking it at this point. They're just looking for any team who wants to make an early rotation in. They're keeping Elite in check here. They know that McRory is already in that ring, but there's not much they can do about it.
Ooh, shots coming through, and Luki gets the input. Gonna shoot down to Infernus. Decos getting some damages, but Vamos been taken out by Infernus at the 6th spot. So that's going to be the end. Great job coming in from the team of Vamos, trying to survive. But 21 slingshot themselves straight to the top, and they're going to meet off with the team of Infernus right here as Fikri has been spotted out. He goes down below and was taken out by RN so quickly they couldn't done anything. And now Ryu also will be the next victim right in the hands of Yasta, and they're looking for the next team. Deco's right inside, spotted out through the window, and they're going to go in for the rotation to try to backstep to the side of Infernus.
Yeah, Karis taking a lot of punishment from Todak so far, but the same goes for Elite as well, getting involved in the mix, taking down Wings. Elite in a very good position of their own, because they can make a decision at the end of this next 4th ring closure as we move on to the 5th. Oh, another one! Looks like Toby got the wrath of Chris on the opposite side of the map.
Oh no, this is not looking so good. Chris spotted out Team Elite right onto the rooftop. Try to break the glue wall. Try to actually takes down Winzy, but on the same spot, we do see that Toby was able to be picked up, so Elite still surviving. But in the process, they're overextending themselves at to the side of the team of Elite. Didn't realize that right in front of them, right in the midst, there's one player, which is one team from the Infernus is right in front of them. So Chris, a little bit overextension right here, spotted a cup bottom. Lovely shot coming in from Ahins with the sniper, takes down him. But at the same time, Team Elite, they're now in a really tight spot to get into the safe zone. zone. 21 also already spot them out. Sprays into the glue wall. Step 22. This is not looking so good. Glue wall as well as grenade been thrown out to his side. And Winzy doesn't know what to do. Have to be surviving at the outside zone. And that could be a struggle for the side of Team Elite to get into it.
21 need to calm down here. If they keep poking the bear, eventually Kristen as well as Torang might just get involved. And yes, Torang might only have one member, but it works in their favor if 21 engages and tries to take over the compound that Infernus is holding right smack in the middle of the zone.
Okay, Chris with full squad, right distance, and Infernus meeting off with 21. Deco's right inside and has been spotted out by Aryan, but at the same time, glue wall in between to give a little support, but Aryan will be backed up by the rest of 21. Clears out first 2 speeds, and Deco's moving away from those gunfight, but at the same time, he has been spotted out by Chris. He's out in the open, he put out the glue, but 21 is still preoccupied, so Aryan will be the one who shuts down the last man standing, leaving 3 more teams to go.
Oh, Raja. Did they spot him? Did they see him jump on the roof? He's prone on the roof. They don't see him at all. He sticks his head out. And finally, he does spot him, forcing Raja on the other side.
Okay, Toda, Raja all alone, hasn't been spotted out by Chris at all, but there's a grenade been thrown out. I think there's going to be an info put. They also try to do some damage, but Toda still surviving. 4v4v1, and as Ehans will be the first one to be taken out. Now 21 has the upper hand for the high ground. Chris moving away from the fight, leaving only 2 more teams to go. 2 players still surviving from the side of Chris. It's going to be Vix and Riggs moving along to fight with the team of Shamim. Shamim goes into the building, meeting off with Achap. He tried to shoot it out, but he healed himself first of all. But at the same time, right here, they're trying to survive. Rotate around 360, but Vix will be dropped dead, and now leaving Riggs and as well as Achap.
It's not looking good at all because right now it's a 3v1 scenario for Achap to maybe try and clutch. Even if he gets blasted down too hard by 21, who achieve a booyah.
And that is their first booyah ever throughout the 2 days here at the Open Finals.
Great for them. I mean, they needed this motivation boost for so very long. They've made some really great choices across the map, but unfortunately unable to truly execute upon it. They did take a little bit of a risk to try and push Infernus out towards the sides, exposed to Kristen as well as Torak. But I think at the end of the day, 21, as long as they are 4 members strong, it is very possible for them to push anybody in that last ring away. Maybe not for Chris, who was the only other team who had 4 full healthy members.
Agree, definitely. I think that the fact that Chris was having a really better location-wise on themselves, they were already trying to give a lot of pressure from Elite. I mean, Elite, they couldn't do anything. They're quite in the open, and they know for a fact that no matter where they try to go, in the right side, you're going to meet off with 21. On the left side, we got Toda as well. So it was a little bit of not in the favor on the side of Team Elite for that last matchup. But at the same time, great job coming in from Homeboys. They were very, very aggressive, but that's the reason why most of their aggression comes down to a point that they were denied, and Vamos is giving a lot of pressure as well. So some of the aggression was just overextension to a point that Homeboys could not do anything, and they were having a denial to be surviving on that last run.
Speaking of invited teams, we were talking about Zen actually going the complete opposite direction from the rest of the Torak members, and I was monitoring him just to make sure to figure out what they were trying to do. So with one person so far out, he's actually keeping tabs of all the teams that have dropped around in the southern side of the map, and eventually Torak rotated down to the southern side of the map where he was. So they met midway, but they didn't find a lot of contact because those teams either pushed out to the outer ring or got swept towards the left side of the map where Vamos was just hunting people down.
Agree, definitely. That was a really good note, because the fact is, most of the time, Toda was the only one who actually scouted out. They spread themselves out. There's one player just surviving, and he wanted to get as much input as possible, but at the same time, that was the reason why Toda having a better upper hand when it comes to all of the engagement. They still survive it out, and they still try to move away, at least getting all the information. But on the other side right here, it's going to be 8 kills in the hands of 21 Aryan, with highest assists coming in from 21 Shamim. Wings, I mean, he was all alone. He's trying to survive it out, and with that quick shot, that was just superbly amazing to take down Vamos, even despite that Vamos had the upper hand on themselves.
Hey, saying. I mean, regardless, Vamos was still able to get some decent positional points at the end of the day. Todak obviously overlaps them in that corner because they managed to make it into that top 3. But regardless, still, very big clutch shot from him.
Yeah.
I think that overall, the stats now coming closer to what we expect to see during an international. The numbers are starting to align. But it just goes to show, right? A lot of these teams should have started like this at the beginning of the tournament rather than halfway through.
Agree, definitely. We expected more from the early stages because we wanted to see that the progression will be even much more vast compared to this one, because this is a little bit slow-paced game coming in from all of the teams, especially this is day number 2. This is where finally teams started to pop off. Not much of the fearness coming in from those who are from the bottom of the overall standing, and the fact that 21 has been struggling just a little bit for this day number 2, finally popping off. And despite the fact that they are trying to get into that top 6 is already a good job from them. But on the side of the kills as well as their damage, we got 5 kills by the side of Yasta with 2,000. We got Shamin with 1,000 with 1 kills. Luki with 7 kills and 4,696. And Aryan with the 8 kills of 3,142.
So that leaves a total of 21 kills once again.
Wow.
For this team. And that's not even including their placement points. So obviously their total points is not going to add up to 21, but they keep coming back to their name streak, and I don't know how they do it.
I don't know, probably because of 2 Tatsuya, 1 Skylar, and you see how the fact that you got 2 Trogans in the hands, MA2B as well as Parafall in the hands of Yasta. I think this is really superb coming in from themselves. They know for a fact that now most of the range is important. You gotta go in for the long range fight. Launcher needed to be put out as well as Trogan. This is something that 21 has adapted as well really well here for day number 2.
Yeah, I don't know about the Parafell though. I know some teams like to pick it up. It's sometimes nice to have a rifle for the mid-range to close, especially when you're dealing with so many Tatsuyas anyways. You might as well have a hail of fire rather than just like wait for them to get close enough to get one-tapped by a Trogon, or maybe win out the engagement with Vectors or Mini Uzis, one or the other, right? But our top 3 teams, 21 in first place, Chris in second, and Team Vamos in third.
Wow, Chris yet again at the second spot of right top 3. That means they're getting even more better and better. But here's the thing, it's not gonna be easy, as this is gonna be the last game coming up next. So again, the question is, are they gonna be enough to actually go into the top 6 to at least get the prize pool for themselves? And Team Vamos, with being the top 3 right here, it means that they are in a really good composure, just consistently surviving for that top 3 spot. Top weapon wise is going to be Trogan for both of the for the 3 teams. We got M822B right in the hands of 21 as well as Chris, AWM as well as Woodpecker Groza right for both of the teams.
Interesting. So 21 does like their rifles, right? We always see a rifle being snuck up into the top 3 weapons if they ever manage to make into the top 3 teams. So far, Groza being one of the more reliable rifles out there, one of the more powerful ones as well. Finding 3 kills on it is great, but at least there's a little bit of variance than the usual Trogons and AWMs and M8s.
Agreed. 21 kills by 21. And plus with the side of they're getting that booyah as well, this is going to be very interesting to see how much point further on from the side of this game itself. And I'm also interested to see the round standing from the rest of the team as well, because again, we do see a lot of good gunfights coming in from Homeboys, even though it's a little bit too aggressive, but it's still going to be at least putting them right at the top. But here on out, we got the round standing from the second page. First of all, we got Elite with 8 points. We got GAT169 Shivas with 6 points. Homeboys with 5. We got Scriptshots with 4. And BOP Loki and KTV Gambit right at the bottom with 0 kills. But 21 with 33 kills. I think this is the second team that managed to break the 30 points here for the round standings.
Nicely done by 21 overall, right? With that being said, 33 points is going to shoot them ahead in the standings. I definitely think they make it to top 6, but now is the question whether or not, if people have been keeping up with the math, whether or not they can actually make it into the top 3, because Homeboy Syndicate, the last time we saw them, they were in 3rd. So, like, I mean, things could have changed in that short period of time.
Agree. And the fact that Elite was doing so well for match number 6 and now they're dropped already, this is going to be interesting to see whether or not did they manage to actually bring themselves back from the top 6, or now they're bottom back again from that top 6. I mean, this is the question that we're quite very concerned, because it could have actually had that opportunity to go into the top 3, but now with Elite having a little bit more difficult here for this match number 7, it's not going to be easy for them to actually pull through to that top 3 Toda homeboys as well as Team Vamos.
I think that Todak, it's pretty much impossible to catch up to them.
Yeah.
They're about to break 300. Vamos, on the other hand, has been on the rise in these past 2 maps alone, so that's quite a wide gap to catch up to. So I would only assume that they're within, what, 50 points when it comes down to specifically Team Vamos. Homeboys Conspiracy, it's up to anybody's game.
Agreed, definitely. Match number 7 is done. Now we have one more game to go. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Here we go!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Open Finals here at MSP of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 for Free Fire. Good vibes all the way through with our DJ at the desk, and not to mention match number 8, our random map of the day to be decided for the fates of everybody here in the lobby.
Wow. Which map do you actually prefer to be the last one?
That's a good question. I wanted to say Bermuda, but I feel like Bermuda is a little too bland this time around, especially amongst the MSP region. Like, come on, we need something a little more exciting.
I do agree on the note. The fact that if Bermuda, we do see most of the fights or even the contest-wise is definitely going to be in favor of Toda, because we see Toda has been performing so well on that map itself. So if Bermuda comes along, it's going to be in their favor. But then again, when it comes to Alpine, I think that Chris has a better formation. So that could be on the side of Chris if they want to actually do better if Alpine is on their side. So that could be very, very interesting. But we got a randomizer map to be shown to you guys. We are not playing around. This is just rammed their mind. So let's see which map is it going to be for the last one.
Come on, give us something good here. It could be anything on this one. Oh, it lands on Bermuda still. Ooh. This one is going to be definitely more favorable to our invited team. So good luck to all of our open qualified teams, because this is going to be a hard one.
Oh no, Bermuda. And we talked about how Toda has been performing well in this map as well, especially Vamos. Again, like you talk about how invited teams, they have been doing a great rotation when it comes to this map. So hopefully most of the teams who are from the open qualifier will know what to do, because again, going back to the overall standings as well as the round setting, 21 has performed so well from that map. It could be a situation whereby we could see that a lot of things could falter, because Homeboys also having a little bit struggle. They were confirmed to be at the top 3, but now with 21 getting 16 kills as well as the Booyah, things could switch up, especially with the fact that Elite also been struggling as well with the Homeboys on their side.
I don't know, this might cause an unnecessary scenario where a lot of the teams who actually could qualify for that top 3 play extra safe this time around to guarantee some positional points later down the line.
Agreed.
And I think as we've seen today progress, a lot of the invited teams, especially for Homeboys Conspiracy, I said Syndicate just now, my bad for that one, but yeah, they are suffering from some of the teams actually contesting them very early on and keeping them in place without letting them really explore the rest of the map.
Agree, definitely. I mean, again, most of the invited teams are very good when it comes to the gatekeeping. I mean, we talk about Vamos, we talk about Toda. These are the two teams that you gotta be aware of, because when it comes to gunfight, they will bring it off to you. But going into the map right this instant, flight path moving in from the observatory going into the Keratin, and as you can see, most of the teams have already jumped fluid. We got script shots at the observatory. We got Katu Listiwa. It's going to be the KTB Gambit, who already scouting around the area with no issue whatsoever. They're safe. There's no gunfight for now, as it seems that teams are already landing on the spot that they will not be contesting with other teams.
Yeah, they're looking for a spot in the ring very early on, and especially when I'm looking at Vamos and as well as Todak, right? They're going to their usual spots, but even 21, the fact that they're right smack in the middle of them, really concerning here. But let's look first of all to TE as well as Chris. Both of these teams have been going at each other's throats throughout today, whether it's early game or second ring.
Okay, Cap Town with Chris as well as TE. This is not looking so good. Seems that Ahins was able to be taken out. Now it's going to be Yazid try to turn things around, as Riz has already been spotted out, but at the same time, no! He actually pulls away and ended up giving that opportunity for Team Chris to shut him down, and Team TRG will be the first one to be eliminated, as well as Script Shot. This is the note that I saw just now. Team KTB Gambit was safe. They were safely sound trying to loot their area, but then Script Shots out of nowhere from the observatory slingshot themselves straight away to the side of Team KTB Gambit. They wanted to fight first of all, but ended up losing on the hand of KTB Gambit.
Just a poor adaptation here, because again, majority of the members from KTP did come from Observatory, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, you need to make a decision of, do you want to back out of Katulistiwa and maybe make your way over to Graveyard or Bullseye? Maybe they were a little bit worried about Homeboy's Conspiracy dropping on Shipyard side, but now we look over at Infernus, finding one of the members, expecting a trade real soon from the rest of the members of Elite, but it looks like, oh my god, they are so split up.
Oh, okay, this is interesting. Elite 5 separated, as Sep22 will be the one to be taken out as well. Now, Infernus having a really good upper hand right this instant, and it seems that Toby had to back off from any of this gunfight, as Winzy has already been spotted out by Fikri. Now, trying to survive it out, and especially on the left side, it's going to be 2Speed who gets the kill instead, and now leaving only one player for the side of Elite. Toby run as fast as possible, avoiding to be spotted out by Infernus, and he tries to go into the water, but is it safe enough before being spotted out by Team Infernus? Moving into another compound is going to be 21 meeting off with the Homeboys, as Luki and Aryan is the only two players to be surviving.
They've traded 2 for 2 so far. However, Homeboys Conspiracy do control the POI of that revive point just behind them, right? So taking out the members of 21 shouldn't be too much of an issue as long as they don't get full squad wiped here. And majority of the time, it looks like I thought he was going to win that, but no, Aryan, he finds one. Might just get a second, gets traded still. Luckily, Faiz is in the area to find the bounce back.
Oh, that was trigger discipline coming in from Homeboys. I mean, he could have actually gotten that kill. He could have actually gotten the last shot. But not to worry, have Faiz as a backup. But right here, Infernus looking for the last man standing of Elite. Unfortunately, you jumping into the water still will not secure your survival. So that's going to be the next team to be wiped out at the 9th spot.
And Luki, he's left here by the rest of his team members. He's probably going to get spotted out, but slow down the rotations of the Homeboy Syndicate, who are trying to make sure that their backs are clear from Rivermouth onwards.
Oh, Homeboys Conspiracy spotted out Luki, takes down one, and that's going to be the end as Luki been tagged out by 2 players. Nowhere to hide, and that's really tough for 21. But not to worry, they still managed to bring back the whole entire squad, so they still survive with the full players. But here's the thing, they need to regroup, and most of their location-wise from the side of Team 21 is a little bit too risky to a point that they might actually ended up being in the favor or even going into the territory of their enemies. Going into the top kills right now, we got Homeboys, Chris, as well as KTB Gambit getting 5 kills in their hands. This is a really good start coming in from them, as well as Infernus and Todak getting 4 kills.
Hold on, I am seeing jump pads being launched by Vamos specifically towards Todak's side. Hopefully we come back to that action here, as you know, Yasta, he's going to be running the marathon for quite some time, so we can just jump over to that. That'd be great. As we look into this fight here, as you can see, you see that Sensei and as well as Raja stuck as 2. I don't see the other remaining members. I'm not sure if they got knocked out here. Oh, but they're fighting inside the compound.
Whoa! Cat Easy will be the first one to be taken out by Zen. He was the one who goes in for a fight and ended up Zen managed to actually take him down. But at the same time, Legolas was able to bring him back. But June, on the note, putting out the launcher first of all, meeting off with Toda, Raja, giving a little bit of the damage-wise, but June still surviving 2v1. He tried to surprise it out, grenade in the hands, and is going to be fighting off with Zen as Sensei comes through as well, 2v1. June being tagged off, and that's going to be the end as Rory, right at the top, also doing a little bit of damage. He will be able to actually do some damage as well, but at the same time, Toda try to scout the area. Mag Rory sees that Sensei will bring the fight straight to him. He spotted out him. No cover whatsoever from the back, and Rory will be taken out.
If only McRory wasn't waiting to revive his members with the pocket mark in hand standing on that roof. He probably should have repositioned first and then held it, but he wanted line of sight, and that got him killed. Now, at least they only lose 1 member there, right? I think that Vamos made the smart choice, start splitting up straight away before they start getting hunted down. Kathizi, unfortunately, finding the members of a TPGT. Do they know it? I thought for a second that they might have heard it, but it looks like I was right. They do find him, and this is great for KTPG.
Alright, KTP Gambit doing well so far. And Vamos, the start is not looking so good for them, but at least they managed to bring back the whole entire squad. Not to worry, I mean, a little bit rough patch on the start, but they still will manage to pull through from here. And then they're going to actually slingshot themselves straight to the Bima Sakti strip. I think so far right now, Vamos will be taking a little bit of breather for themselves, despite they were the one who goes in for a fight with Toda, but ended up Toda getting the upper hand. On the side of the minimap right here, right now, we do see safe zone coming in for 21 as well as Chris. But Chris, on the other note, knows the information. Luki trying to find a way to actually break Vix, but it's not going to be enough. Only half line was able to deplete. And on the other note, Chris overlooking on the left side as well, trying to find an opening to 21. And Shamin right on the high ground has the upper hand to get it info as much as possible.
I don't know if this is going to be a good decision here, but I feel like 21, it's either they rotate fast or they take this fight right now. Because just on the head of the peak, Loki has been waiting patiently. Now we jump back to Todak because they're now getting dropped on by Gambit. For how long, we don't entirely know, but they've already taken out 2 of the members, which is a great ambush here. The Brenton as well as Yasuo chasing way towards Wings' side. Can he get out of here with his vehicle? Tries, drops the ghoul wall to buy some more time. Riptide Rhythm to ensure that no more obstacles will stop him. He finds one, but they trade regardless.
Wow, I mean, that was a good idea. Wings tried to actually maybe rotate around and try to distract the team of KTP, and now we do see Sensei manage to bring back one of their players, and at the same time KTP Gambit a little bit of dispersion or even a distraction to a point they don't know where to actually focus up. And now Shin try to move away, fighting with the side of Sensei. Sensei doesn't spot him out, and now he has to back things off. But spotted out Yasuo, goes in for the 360 but goes in for the glue wall as well. Yasuo still surviving, trying to reheal himself. Sensei comes in for a fight. Nope, not ready with a win, not ready with any of the weapon in their hands, and in the end, Sensei managed to take down Brent in the process, and Super Shin running away for dear life for the survival of KTP.
Todak absolutely demolishing this squad. KTP GT unfortunately make some poor decisions. They didn't eliminate the majority of the members. Well, they didn't eliminate the important member. Sensei hiding in the back. His wings ended up being the distraction, and it looks like they committed a little too hard to wiping them off the map, and they got 2v4'd at the end.
Agree, definitely. And right here, it seems that Sensei also slingshot themselves quite close by to KTP Gambit. And it seems that Raja gets a toll, takes down another player of KTP Gambit. I mean, this is mistakes after mistakes. And now, Team KTP Gambit, at least they did manage to bring back the teammates. But Team Toda comes back forth. And that could be another case of situation we might see again after this. But now, pushing into the side of Pick. Right this instant, we do see Homeboys overlooking to the side of Karis. As we saw Achap moving into the compound. And Luffy is just looking towards and getting the input only, and they're not pushing just yet.
This is a really good position by Homeboys Conspiracy, right? Now that they've already mentioned, already spotted out one of the members of the conspiracy on the outer half of the compound, right? Homeboys need to make a choice. Either they take the vertical, take that roof as quickly as possible to cover Faiz, because I think Chris has figured, they figured it out. They're like, wait a minute, we don't see any of the other members. We only spot out one. That's a pretty awkward position to be standing in. Are they all on the north side? Wait, look at the south side. We see that Low-Key is actually entering the P compound as well.
Oh no, finally BOP Loki merge into the safe zone, and this is going to be a crucial point for the side of Homeboys, where they were trying to play it safe, and now they're meeting up with Loki. Grenade been thrown out, a lot of damage is coming in, but Homeboys moving outside instead, bringing off to the side of Karis, and they're punished for it, and Vamos comes along to fight as well at the peak side. This is going to be a 4-way fight.
Yep, it's not looking good here, and I think it's very heavily favored towards Vamos. BOP, they start walking out. They help. They kill the members of Chris, eliminating them pretty soon. But now Vamos, they weren't expecting Vamos to already be here in front of the compound by the garden side. They're forced to pull back into the compound, and Homeboys Conspiracy, they're like, we're out of here.
Oh no, BOP Loki was the one who tried to ambush Homeboys, which is a really good rotation coming on Homeboys. Quick reflex, quick respawn that was needed before they've been sandwiched. But now BOP Loki did manage to bring back Helios, but at the same time, Toda, who was actually quite big apart with KTP Gambit. We were talking about how they might actually meet up again for their second rematch, and this is it. But they also made up with Infernus as they actually go in for the slingshot. Now 2-speed right across with Zen. Zen overlooking for the rest. KTP Gambit will be shut down by Toda Wings as they move on with the Infernus. Zen is a little bit too very open to a point that he had to back things off for a while, waiting for the rest of Toda to come through and going in for a fight with Infernus.
Now Chris did get their members back, and they can basically watch over this fight, right? But again, not a lot of stuff to work with here. Especially Todak already marking decals for death. They're not letting this through. They want to fight for this compound. They turn around quickly as Novax already finds one. Speeds is trying to get a second one. He's just trying to blast through with a Bison. Doesn't connect. Enough shots. Still gets them with half his mag in the clip. And now they continue forward to find one. It's going to be a 2v1. They need to take out 2 speeds here and now before Chris intercepts.
Vamos shuts down BOP Loki at the 7th spot. Toda still surviving with 2 players, 2 speed. Right at the top, he will slingshot himself. There you go. You want to make sure that you survive it out. But Chris coming in for the third party. Vic spotted out Raja. Raja gets the input, but it seems that Toda moving back away. They know for a fact that Zone is on their side, so they don't need to worry much. But at the same time, they are spotting out Chris. Vix trying to heal himself first of all. Homeboys coming along quite close by as well, so they gotta be careful here.
Whoa.
It seems that Homeboys bringing the gunfight. The safe zone is on their area, so this is where Chris is not in the good favor.
What is this end game zone here? Vamos, they're probably going to rotate towards the northern side unless they want to get into the engagements on the lower ground on southern.
Oh, the hints already been spotted out by Homeboys. Giving one more play to go. That's the end. Team Chris, it seems that he goes right to the rooftop. Grenade been thrown out. Vix will be affected just a little by the glue, but at the same time, he has a slingshot, so he doesn't need to worry much. He actually pulls away from Homeboys. I mean, that's a good idea. But Toda, in the end, been shut down by Homeboys at the 5th place.
Yeah, I think that, oh no, Vixie has no idea, but he's going to go and quickly revive his team members, luckily, there's a market nearby. What he should figure out pretty quick is that this side of the map is actually pretty open. The zone is going to start closing, and Vamos is on the outer side of that ring. They're the ones who have to rotate, and it looks like it's most likely going to be a position on the southern side to deal with 21. So Chris has a free way in.
Okay, Luki as a scouter trying to actually get the input, but it seems that Vamos already put their eyes on the side of Team Chris. But it's not going to be enough though. They have to do it rotation-wise, and still, safe zone-wise, we're going to see that Team Vamos getting the upper hand for the high ground. That's the good location-wise for Vamos. The fact that they don't need to worry much. They just actually scout every single corner to those who tries to get into the safe zone.
Yeah, at this point, it's about holding 21 in position and making sure that homeboys, all the ring pulls towards Vamos. This is so good for them.
Oh no, wow. What a great luck coming in from Vamos. They don't need to worry much at all. This is going to be team going straight to their hands. But homeboys know for a fact they got to clear things out first from the right side. It's going to be 21 to meet them off. Luffy will be the first one to be shut down. Alif also having a little bit of difficulty meeting off with Faiz right here. Aryan having a lot of damage to the side of Faiz. Not enough to take him down though. But at the same time, we do see Aryan left all alone to be surviving, meeting off with homeboys. Meet at the corner, and now it's going to be the end for Team 21 to be shut down by homeboys as they break it off.
I'm surprised that nobody wanted to participate in this particular battle, but it looks like the landscape didn't allow them to, right? Chris doesn't have line of sight, and they have to deal with Vamos on current high ground as of right now. So they're trying to rotate around, and it looks like they might find themselves exposed to the homeboys if homeboys keep heading up north, and yes, they are. It looks like it's going to be a full bout between the two squads. They allow Vamos to hold the ring.
Oh no, Chris meeting off is going to be McRory who takes down Rix first of all. They also try to do the same thing that we've seen so far. If they spotted out one, try to take it down, they're going to actually help the teams, the enemy side, to shut down Chris. So it's going to be up to homeboys versus Vamos here for the last matchup, as homeboys only left with 3 more plays to go. Luffy having a lot of damage. Right, this isn't Faiz using the monster struck, but at the same time Vamos 3v1 situation right at the open. He might actually try to hit and run. Doesn't spot anyone. He breaks the glue wall, but at the same time right here, the car is about to explode. Not a good position coming in from homeboys. Only left with Faiz. One more player. 3v1. Jude, McRory, and Kizzy clears it out. Rolls the monster truck, giving the one last booyah in the hands of Team Vamos.
Congratulations for Team Vamos getting the booyah that they so desperately wanted. At the very least, won by the end of day 2. Vamos, at the very least, good stuff coming in from them, forcing their opponents into some pretty awkward situations, but winning a majority of their fights, which kept them in the lead.
Agreed, definitely. I mean, like, if we have a title for the aggressive, most intense, most gatekeeping, most disturbance-wise from the side of teams, it has to be Vamos, who made a lot of impossible stunt for most of the teams to get more points or even to get the placement point for themselves. And going back to the highlights here, I mean, started out really good for the side of Chris, who actually managed to shut down Team TE. But then as we move along, Elite having a lot of difficulty to meet off with the rest of KTP Gambit, and even Homeboys having some questionable as well as possibility of fighting off with the 21, but they still managed to pull through. And Team Vamos keep meeting off with Toda one after another, and this is where we see Toda falls down, faltering so much to a point that they managed to actually take down KTP, but at the same process, they were having a lot of struggle to get into the safe zone because of the fact that high ground-wise was being covered up by 21 as well as Team Vamos.
Yeah, I think they got very, very lucky in a couple of these scenarios, but I gotta give it to 21 though. They played a strong game throughout, right? Making some great decisions early and as well as mid-game. It was just that final one which was a little unfortunate for them, right? And I don't know, after casting FFWS, you know, I've noticed the conspiracy of early game teams who fight against each other inevitably meet their Revengers? No, their opponents in the final ring.
Agree, definitely. I mean, that's the reason why most of the time the last match, it's actually one of the crucial matches itself. We want to see that, is it going to be people playing safe, or is it going to be a rush and aggression all out? And this is what it is. When it comes to SPS last matchup, everyone wanted to get at least a slice of a pie before they were taken out. And most of the time, even KTV Gambit was going all out to Toda, which a lot of the the fights that was questionable, and even they were actually having the opportunity to shut down Toda. They ended up giving that opportunity for Toda to come back and take them down quite easily, and that's the reason why KTB Gambit on the last node, it was just a sight to see where they weren't able to do much as they did before in the earlier games of day number 2. But going into the game summary right here, 81 kills. I think this is one of the highest as well compared to the rest of the map as well. We got highest kill coming in from Toda Wings with 6, highest assist coming in from Toda as well, which is Raja, 98 Glue Destroyer, Total Revival 36. I mean, damage-wise is quite less compared to the rest, but I mean, impressively, that total kills is high compared to the total damage.
Oh yeah, of course. Total kills definitely going to be high in this game with so many ambushes actually happening super quick, and some not even successful, right? Some recovering from them. That's why we see the total revival being at 36, but total rescues at 16 is the interesting part, right? Because a lot of the time we are seeing that for Vamos, what they like to do, identify where the sniper is, jump on the sniper, and basically sweep the rest of the team under the rug, right? That's how they found their success against KT. That's how they also found their success to specifically, who was holding them out? It was not, it was Chris. Chris was holding out against Loki in that compound.
Yeah, Chris, Homeboys, even BOP Loki, the one who tried to ambush it off, but then Vamos was able to take them down. I mean, I like the fact that Vamos, whenever they see any kind of engagement or any kind of the moment where there's a team that actually trying to, there could be an engagement-wise coming through, they will be there as well to join the party as well. We got 2 kills by McRory with 1,100, 4 by Legolas with 985, not so much of the damage, but then we move into the rest of them. They got 2 as well as 3 kills, and then on the side of their character-wise, I think the only one that is quite different is going to be McRory.
This guy really going out of his way this time round. Wants to play the Wukong. Change things up. I get you can buy Tatsuya's active card as well as Chrono's active card in the mart, but man, this is taking it too far.
I mean, I think that's where you find it, like the contrary or even the unorthodox ways that's made it a little bit different from the side of Team Vamos. What made them even more different from the rest of the teams. Most of the teams, they would prefer Tatsuya, they would go in for the dash, but Meg already say, we want to switch things up, and that's made it a lot of difference compared to the rest of the engagement that we see.
Say that to his M2. The man was destroying vehicles like it was nothing. Absolutely. I was like, not to worry, I've got the ammo capacity for monster trucks. Fight me, get into a vehicle. But with that being said, our top 3 teams here for our final map of the day. Homeboys Conspiracy taking it number 1, Team Vamos at number 2, and Todak at number 3. How many eliminations did Todak to achieve to get top 3 here and not Chris?
Oh, I also wondered that. 9,322 damage by Toda. I'm actually questioning whether or not how much points they got. 18 kills by Toda.
You're kidding. Dang. Even when you thought they bowed out pretty early on, 18 eliminations. There's no way they're losing first spot.
No, definitely. They will be denied by the Booyah, but they still maintain right at that top 1 here for the overall standings. And we're about to actually share that soon, but before that, we might actually, I don't know whether we're going to actually get the round standing first or we're going to get the overall standing straight away. That would be very interesting if we actually just pop off straight away the overall standing and hiding out those who are at the top 2 and top 3.
Sorry, I'm just excited for it. Keep on going.
Hold your horses. We're going to give you the top 3 that is going to move in right to the challenge season, who will meet off with the rest of the teams right from Thailand, Indonesia, as well as Vietnam. And we got 6 teams for the invited teams. I mean, talking about those invited teams, I mean, Buri Ram, as well as Expand, and then we got Twisted Minds. Oh, damn. It's going to be very interesting.
Please, we don't need a re-education of what happened at FFWS. We know what's going to happen in just a little bit. So we're going to be proud for now, but let's have a look at the current standings as of right now for the round. starting at the bottom here, it's going to be, oh man,
Wow.
T69 at 1 point, TRG at 1, Script Shots at 1 as well. Elite did not get as many eliminations as I thought, 3, but 21 as well with only 11 points.
Wow, and BOP Loki, I mean, like, they are one of the teams that has been struggling throughout the game itself, and finally they popped off at the last match, but I think that's not going to be enough with the 11 point. KTP
my.
Gambit also with 11 points. We've got Infernus with 12 points. Chris finally pulled through at the end, but I don't think that's going to be enough. I mean, the question is, did they manage to actually go into the top 6? That's the only question I have. 24 in the hands of Toda at the 3rd place. Vamos with a Booyah with 24 and only 1 points difference with Homeboys Conspiracy 25 at the 1st place.
That'd be so funny if that's the difference maker. It would be so funny if it were to be, guys, right? But this is what I was concerned about for Bermuda as a map. Our invited teams definitely just seem to have a vast amount of advantage when it comes down to just raw mechanics alone, which is why you're seeing Todak actually not even thinking about positioning for the most part.
Agree.
Just win the fight. We clear squads like, you know, butter on the hot toast.
Agree. 18 kills. I mean, come on. I mean, we do talk about how the fact that they were a bit earlier on to be wiped out, but the fact is, before they were shut down, they immediately getting that 18 kills is already enough to boost them off right in instant. And we got the overall standing right this instant. I really expected like a really big screen, but it's okay. Right here, we got the top spot.
That sounds expensive. We'll talk about budget afterwards.
Sports right at the bottom with 103. KDB Gambit with 115. GAT69 Hivas with 128. 9th place is going to be Script Shots with 139. Chorus, I mean, at least they pulled through right from the bottom to the top 8 with 146. And Infernus with 7th place at 153.
Okay, not bad. I would say that this is not bad, especially if we're looking in the second. But there are some notable names that aren't there. Now, I don't know where exactly. I know where one of them is going to be at the very least. I only know about Todak. Everybody else, and especially when it comes down to Vamos catching up in terms of points, and same goes for Homeboys Conspiracy.
Yeah.
With that last game, roughly based on the standings of the previous matches, I don't think they overtook them, but I don't know by how much.
I mean, again, reminder to the fact that to all teams just now, I mean, to all the viewers itself, because match number 7, that was the crucial point where the fact that Homeboys was losing a lot of points. They were the first one to be wiped out, as well as Ely. So the question is it enough to be overtake, or they were able to maintain at that top 3?
Well, let's find out here. Let's reveal page number 1 for you guys. And it looks like at number 1, we still have Torak with 331 points. Team Vamos right under them at 249. Homeboys Conspiracy at 221. 21 at 208. They actually got so close. Elite at 197, didn't break 200. And finally, BOP Low-Key currently at 155.
I think BOP Loki should be proud of themselves because they have been struggling, but they still maintain at the top 6. They managed to pull through and even managed to actually get that $100 in their hands. But in the end, congratulations to the top 3 teams who are moving to the challenge season. Toda, as well as Team Vamos and Homeboys Conspiracy, not losing their points. I mean, 21 almost overtake them from that match number 7, but at the end of it all, they managed to pull through for that last match.
They just needed one good map, especially when Homeboys Conspiracy was on the downfall, especially during map 6 and as well as map number 5. But let's look at our player leaderboard here. These are the hot A-listers, the people that you probably want to take a picture with if you see them walking by. It's Torak's Wings currently at number 1. 64 kills, 42,000 worth of damage, and his co-conspirator Torak Raja at 56, 28,000.
Oh, that's crazy. And we got Homeboys, the only one here at the top 3. Luffy with 55 kills and 28,787. And Vamos also not far behind right here at the top 4 and top 5. We got KTZ and June, 51 and 41 kills, 30,000 and 24,000.
Yeah, it's good to see, you know, Raja come back, making sure that the squad stays in shape. I thought maybe Traps might be part of that list.
True, yeah.
But hey, you know, you can't win them all.
Agree. At least it shows that at least there's 2 players from the side of Toda make it to that leaderboard. I mean, if it's going to be top 10, we might see Traps also on that list as well.
He's number 6. He's like 1 kill off, and he's like, come on.
I'm there. Vamos, just take over me.
He has like 78,000 damage, and he's like, oh, come on. I'm already there.
It's fine. It's still a great idea coming in from the side of Team Toda, as well as Team Homeboys, and as well as Vamos at that top 3. I mean, amazing superly from the side of MSP itself, and I think that it shows how prominent and how promising it's going to be like once we move into the challenge season.
Yeah, the challenge season is going to be really exciting, especially now that you involve these teams with the invited teams. This is like the international before the international.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like this is the best season so far. I think that most of the teams, compared to the season, I mean, not to bring down a little bit of the mood right now, compared to season number 4, I think season 5, we have seen all the old talents and the new talents showing a lot of potential, and hopefully that will also be pushed forward again to the next season if you don't have that opportunity here. But for those who are still in the lead here for the challenge season, we hope to see more for that 17th to 20th of October for that challenge season.
Yep, we're closing up. It's going to be the end of the show. Thank you so much for everybody watching the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL Free Fire Season number 5. It's been a good time here at the MSP Open Finals with me getting Q and as well as Foster Buddy. Don't forget, shout outs to both Zipper and as well as our DJ on a set. With that being said, we're closing out for today. We'll see you at the Open Finals.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
That's easy. Let's take the kill back. Prime time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try, but never find someone who's vibing. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try, but never find another me.
Ahora ese momento, mami, síguelo.